Chapter 1057. It's just a clown. With Brother Tanyu's help, it'll be over quickly. So, fellow cultivators of the divine bird palace must come and watch. The cold youth from the Shin family said, "How dare you boast?" Wang Li sneered. "I wonder what kind of expression you'll have when you lose. Did you know that the 3 purple spirit pills at the auction were personally refined by our brother Xian? I wonder if your brother Tanyu can refine them?" Wang Li was really angry, so he released such a shocking news. What? Those 3 purple spirit pills were refined by him. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Hearing this news, everyone was shocked because they didn't expect the strange purple spirit pills to be refined by Lin Xian. One had to know that the purple spirit pill was not only a 7th grade pill, but its effects were also very strange. Even the older generation went crazy for it, not to mention the younger generation. Now, when they heard that this pill was actually refined by Lin Xian, they were all extremely shocked. However, the cold youth from the Shin family snorted. "Stop boasting. It must have been refined by an elder in the sect. You're just a figurehead. Don't be fooled by him. Last time in the Crimson Crescent City, he was defeated by a purple spirit pill when he fought with Lin Xian. Moreover, he was completely defeated and was laughed at by everyone. Now that he heard the words purple spirit pill, he was infuriated. That was why he roared so crazily to vent the anger in his heart. However, Lin Xian sneered and looked at the cold youth in front of him with disdain. In his opinion, the other party was just a clown who wasn't worth mentioning. The real enemy was the handsome young man, Shin Tanyu. Hearing the cold youth's words, the surrounding people also looked at him suspiciously. They couldn't help it. The news was too shocking, and they couldn't believe it. However, Lin Xian still looked calm and at ease. It seemed that he was very confident in his own strength. It didn't seem fake. Moreover, not only Lin Xian, but the disciples of the Dragon's Sword Pavilion also looked confident. This shocked everyone even more. Could it be that the purple spirit pill was really refined by him? This thought quietly sprouted in everyone's hearts. Even Shin Tanyu frowned slightly. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to refine such a pill. He turned to look at Lin Xian, his eyes filled with disbelief. He knew that Lin Xian was not a Tier 7 alchemist, but a Tier 6 alchemist. Therefore, he didn't believe that Lin Xian could concoct a Dan of the 7th realm. However, this news made him a little angry. As a 7th realm alchemist and a grandmaster, he had never heard of this Dan before. But now, a level 6 brat actually refined such a peculiar medicinal pill. This was intolerable to him. The corners of Shin Tanyu's mouth curled up into a cold smile. "It's not impossible for you to spar with me. However, I don't usually spar with others for no reason. If you can offer me something that moves my heart, I can spar with you. I might even give you some guidance." Shin Tanyu said proudly, "Wager, wager." Hearing this, everyone's heart skipped a beat. They knew that Shin Tanyu had a habit of making wagers with others. Whoever won in alchemy would win the other party's wager. "Wager? What do you want?" Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. "It's very simple. If you lose, give me the purple spirit pill formula in your hand." Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They were extremely shocked. Sure enough, Shin Tanyu had set his sights on the formula. One should know that the purple spirit pill was a Tier 7 pill with a peculiar effect that made countless honorables go crazy. This formula was definitely extremely precious. If anyone could obtain it, it would definitely be a great fortune. That was why Shin Tanyu offered such a condition. Lin Xian's lips curled slightly. How dare Shin Tanyu covet his formula? He was really courting death. However, he didn't refuse. Instead, he sneered in his heart. "It's not impossible to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager, but depends on what you can offer." Lin Xian said nonchalantly. Hearing this, everyone was shocked again. They didn't expect Lin Xian to dare to use the purple spirit pill formula as a wager. After all, that was a magical treasure. How could he just take it out like that? Wasn't he afraid of losing? Everyone looked at Lin Xian with strange expressions. After hearing this, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. He didn't expect Shen Tianyu to agree so easily. This was beyond his expectations. However, this was also good. It seemed that Shen Tianyu was simple-minded and couldn't threaten him at all. This pill formula, I'm taking it. Shen Tianyu sneered in his heart with a smug smile. Then he said, I won't bully you. I also have a Tier 7 pill formula with me. It's called the Zhengyuan pill. After taking it, it can greatly increase a supreme martial artist's cultivation and spiritual power. I'll use this formula as a wager. What do you think? Increase one's cultivation. Hearing this, everyone looked at each other and shook their heads slightly. Although a pill that could increase one's cultivation was good, it wasn't rare. Lin Xian's purple spirit pill could restore one's martial soul. There were only a few people in the entire Tianwu continent who could do this. Lin Xian sneered. Shen Tianyu took out an ordinary Tier 7 pill formula as a wager with his purple spirit pill. How ridiculous! I didn't expect the genius of the Shen family to be so insincere. How stingy! Since you can't offer anything good, I won't blame you. Maybe you're really poor and don't know how to compare notes. Let's end it here. Lin Xian shook his head and said with a trace of contempt. He turned around and was about to leave. Wait a minute. Shen Tianyu shouted coldly. His face was a little pale. He didn't expect Shen Tianyu to reject him so directly. However, Lin Xian acted as if he didn't hear him and continued to walk away. Shen Tianyu's face was livid. He said coldly, Then I'll add another one. Lin Xian sneered when he heard that. He didn't lack pill formulas. After all, he had the pill formulas left behind by Lord Alcohol and the alchemy inheritance left behind by King Pillplume. Therefore, he didn't lack pill formulas at all. Seeing that Shen Tianyu ignored him, Shen Tianyu's face turned even uglier. What do you want as a wager? His voice was a little ferocious because he really wanted the purple spirit pill formula. Hearing this, Lin Xian smiled. It seemed that Shen Tianyu had taken the bait. Then, Lin Xian stopped and turned around. He said, 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old. If you can take them out, I'll bet with you. If you can't, then don't waste my time. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shen family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man. He screamed. Chapter 1058. Lin Xian's words shocked the surrounding martial artists. The Shen family's disciples' faces darkened, especially the gloomy young man who screamed. What? 2 spiritual herbs that are 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that are 5,000 years old? Are you crazy? You're robbing us. Who do you think you are? How dare you make such a request? Do you have any idea how precious and valuable these things are? The gloomy young man was very agitated. Shen Tianyu's face darkened and his eyes were cold. Then do you know how precious my purple spirit pill is? Lin Xian said coldly. If you're not blind, you can see how much a purple spirit pill was sold at today's auction. What was the reaction of the older generation? Moreover, it's only a purple spirit pill. Now I'm betting on it. It can create a lot of wealth. I think you know who's taking advantage of who. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Indeed, although a 6,000-year-old spiritual herb was precious, it would be gone once it was used up. However, elixir recipes were different. They could be passed down from generation to generation. Moreover, the purple spirit pill was a magical elixir. If one had the elixir recipe, it was equivalent to obtaining a mountain of gold. It would bring a lot of wealth and attract the attention of the major forces. After Lin Xian's explanation, everyone felt that it made sense. Now that they thought about it, Shen Tianyu was indeed too stingy. He had only taken out 2 ordinary 7th-grade elixir recipes as a bet. It was a bit of a bully. Shen Tianyu was not an ordinary disciple. He was a genius disciple of a king family. Such ordinary elixir recipes were not worthy of his status. Shen Tianyu's face darkened. He had thought that 2 elixir recipes could fool him. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to be so cunning. Moreover, what shocked him even more was the conditions that Shen Tianyu had proposed. 2 spiritual herbs that were 6,000 years old and 3 spiritual herbs that were 5,000 years old. These were the most precious things in his storage ring. He did not know how Shen Tianyu knew about the things in his storage ring. However, he thought it was a coincidence. That's because looking into a storage ring requires soul power. With his strength as a 7th-tier alchemist, he'll be able to detect the slightest abnormality. Moreover, he did not think that the other party could hide from his senses. So in his opinion, this was a complete coincidence. Okay, I agree to your conditions, Shen Tianyu said in a low voice. Although these spiritual herbs were extremely precious, they were nothing compared to the purple spirit pill's pill formula. Moreover, he was confident that he would not lose, so no matter what he took out, he was not worried. As long as he could make the other party compete with him, it would be fine. At that time, he would let the other party know what regret was. Lin Xian sneered inwardly when Shen Tianyu agreed. As expected, the other party had taken the bait and agreed to participate in this competition. This was great. Plus, the spiritual medicine he wanted wasn't something he said casually. He really knew what it was. Of course, he didn't use his soul power to find out. It was the little white monkey who told him. The little white monkey had a special sense for these kinds of heaven and earth treasures, so it was very clear how many good things the other party had in their storage rings. If it weren't for the other party's powerful soul power, the little white monkey would have used the treasure bowl to rob them. However, it was the same now. As long as the other party dared to take out those spiritual herbs as a bet, Lin Xian was confident that he could win them back. Seeing that the 2 alchemy geniuses had reached an agreement, the crowd was shocked and then excited. Lin Xian and Shen Tianyu were both very powerful, and they were both very advanced alchemists. Shen Tianyu had reached the level of a 7th-tier alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very talented. Lin Xian was even more amazing. He could refine a magical pill like the purple spirit pill, which made countless venerables crazy. It could be said that both of them were alchemy geniuses. Now that the 2 of them were going to compete, it was naturally very exciting. Okay, after 10 days, I'll wait for you at the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion, Shen Tianyu said coldly, and then left with the disciples of the Shan family. We, the Divine Bird Palace, will not miss this competition. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace glared at Lin Xian with cold eyes and then left with laughter. They knew Shen Tianyu's reputation. In their opinion, it would be easy for Shen Tianyu to defeat Lin Xian. Although they couldn't fight in person, it was great for them to see Lin Xian fail with their own eyes. A competition between geniuses is really not to be missed. The disciples of the deity Sword Villain nodded slightly and then left quickly. The young disciples around were all shocked and said that they absolutely couldn't miss this exciting battle. Very quickly, the news spread out, and the entire wind-seeking city was shaken by it. They didn't expect that the auction had just ended and there would be such explosive news. This was definitely going to be a shocking battle. The crowd was excited, and they all stopped in Windy City to wait for the battle between the 2. Lin Xian chuckled as he watched the departing figures of those people. He knew what those people were thinking. Most of them didn't believe that he could refine the purple spirit pill. However, he didn't care about their doubts and didn't explain too much. When he refined the pill on the spot, it would naturally shut their mouths. Moreover, what made him even angrier was that the Shen family dared to covet his elixir recipe. Elixir recipes were the lifeblood of an alchemist, especially such a precious elixir recipe. Ordinary alchemists wouldn't hand it over even if they had to risk their lives. Now that they wanted his elixir recipe, it was a disguised attempt to kill him. Therefore, Lin Xian didn't sit still and wait for death. Alas, it's a pity that he only has so many spiritual herbs in his storage ring. It would be great if he had more. Lin Xian sighed and looked regretful. What he lacked most now were spiritual herbs, especially precious ones. In his opinion, Shen Tianyu was just an elixir boy. Just as Lin Xian decided on the battle, on the other side, the big shots had finished their discussion. In fact, there wasn't much to discuss. They just wanted to confirm and then prepare. After all, this was both a challenge and an opportunity for them. If they were lucky, they would receive great rewards. Lin Xian happened to meet these big shots and immediately said respectfully, "Greetings, seniors." The elders of the big forces looked at Lin Xian and nodded slightly. When the middle-aged man from the Palace of Gods of War saw Lin Xian, his pupils constricted as if he had seen a ghost. Soon, he regained his composure and a cold smile appeared on his face. On the other side, the old man in green was also surprised. He didn't expect Lin Xian to be waiting for them here. Moreover, the people from the Palace of Gods of War had bumped into him. This wasn't a good thing. Chapter 1059. Fortunately, the middle-aged honorable master from the Palace of Ares only glanced at Lin Xian and did not pay much attention to him. The green-robed elder heaved a sigh of relief. Lin Xian's identity was too sensitive and he could not expose it easily. Otherwise, the other party would definitely go crazy. Lin Xian was also excited when he saw the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder had previously told him that his father was in the Palace of Ares. Hence, he was eager to know about his father's whereabouts. "Senior, please hold on. I have something to ask," Lin Xian said to the green-robed elder. The green-robed elder nodded and stopped in his tracks. After the big shots had left, Lin Xian asked quickly, "Senior, how is my father? And what's the situation in the Palace of Ares? Can I go there?" The green-robed elder hesitated and said slowly, "You can't go there now. As for your father's condition, don't worry. There's no problem." The green-robed elder thought for a while and decided not to reveal Lin Xian's true identity. Beside him, Hall Master Wan and the auctioneer elder took a deep look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "All right, you don't have to worry about the Palace of Ares. There's something you need to do now." "Something? What is it?" Lin Xian asked curiously. "It's about that place," Hall Master Wan said. "That place." Upon hearing that, Lin Xian's pupils constricted and he asked curiously, "What is that place?" "It's a secret land. There are countless treasures in it, but it's also extremely dangerous. You can say that opportunities and challenges coexist. Are you willing to go to such a secret land?" Hall Master Wan asked. Although they wanted Lin Xian to go, the prerequisite was that Lin Xian had to agree to it himself. Countless treasures. Lin Xian took a deep breath and his eyes were filled with excitement. What he lacked the most now was treasures. Now, there was actually a mystic realm that was filled with treasures. This was extremely good news for him. "What is the danger?" Lin Xian asked again. Although the heaven and earth treasures were good, he still had to figure out the situation before he dared to enter. There are two aspects in total. The first is the threat from the other factions. There might be a conflict with the other factions. The second is the threat of the secret realm itself. After all, it's an ancient secret realm. Although there are many treasures in there, there are corresponding formations. That's an extremely powerful ancient forbidden formation. Its power is unimaginable. That's why the process of obtaining the treasure is extremely dangerous. Ancient formation restriction. Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. However, he was secretly delighted. This was because the dark red divine dragon was an expert in array formations. It should have no problem breaking array formations. Therefore, without much thought, Lin Xian nodded in agreement. "All right, since you've agreed, then prepare patiently. We'll inform you when we're done discussing the details. Hall Master One said, "It won't take too long. It'll only take about a month." A month? Lin Xian nodded. Fortunately, he had enough time to prepare. Then, Lin Xian left with his men. Hall Master One frowned. That place was extremely dangerous. Moreover, it was opened in advance. There might be something unusual inside. "Have you really decided to let Lin Xian enter?" Hearing that, the green-robed elder sighed. "No one wants to take this risk. However, this opportunity only comes once in 100 years. If we miss this opportunity, we might have to wait another 100 years. No one can wait that long, and Lin Xian is even more so. If he's an ordinary martial artist, then it's fine. However, his identity is too special. I'm afraid he won't be able to hide it for long before those people find out. At that time, he'll be in great danger. Therefore, the opening of the secret realm is the best opportunity for him to increase his strength. Although it's dangerous, it's better than being killed by others." Hearing that, the few important figures fell silent. "All right, then it's settled. How about your side? Those people won't let this matter rest until they get the king tablet. Do you want us to send some people to escort you back?" Hall Master One asked. "No need. I have a way to deal with it." The green-robed elder smiled and said, looking at his confident expression. Hall Master One didn't say anything else. After all, the green-robed elder wasn't a weakling. He was an expert from the Palace of War that was as famous as the Immortal Martial Academy. While the two of them were discussing, the important figures of the other forces also left Wind-Seeking City and returned to their respective sects to discuss this matter. The opening of the secret realm in advance was extremely shocking to them. They guessed that something unimaginable must have happened inside. However, the things inside were too tempting. They couldn't resist at all. Therefore, they could only send their disciples. However, they had to discuss what kind of disciples to send. While these important figures were discussing urgently, Lin Xian wasn't idle either. Since it was confirmed that they would enter the secret realm in a month, he was preparing urgently during this period. Other things couldn't be improved in a short period of time, but things like elixirs could be refined. Therefore, during this period, Lin Xian had been preparing all kinds of elixirs to deal with the dangerous secret realm. However, while Lin Xian was busy in seclusion, another big event happened in Wind-Seeking City. Now, all the martial artists in Wind-Seeking City were extremely excited because they witnessed the rise of a young alchemy grandmaster. This young man was naturally Shin Tianyu. He stayed in Wind-Seeking City and didn't leave. Moreover, during these few days, he displayed his powerful alchemy skills, which shocked everyone. One should know that all the forces in Wind-Seeking City were still there. These people were the elites of the blood field. However, they were still deeply shocked by Shin Tianyu's alchemy skills. The alchemists of the major forces were so shocked that they all went to visit Shin Tianyu to ask for advice. Even a 7th grade alchemist went to exchange pointers with him. This made everyone even more shocked. One should know that those alchemists were all terrifying figures. There were even alchemy grandmasters. However, at this moment, they were all asking for advice from a young man. This was really incredible. For a time, Shen Tianyu's reputation spread throughout Wind-Seeking City. At the same time, the news of the competition between Shen Tianyu and Lin Xian spread. Suddenly, everyone was extremely excited. The disciples of the Shin family and the allied forces of the Shin family secretly spread the news that Lin Xian was afraid of Shin Tianyu and didn't dare to go out and meet people. At first, people didn't believe it because Lin Xian's strength was not weak. However, gradually they began to doubt it because they didn't see Lin Xian at all these days. They didn't even see him at the Celestial Martial Auction. Chapter 1060. Didn't he refine the purple spirit pill? With such a miraculous pill, why would he be afraid of competing with others? What do you know? I heard that the purple spirit pill was not refined by him. It was refined by an elder of the Celestial Martial Arts Academy. It was just under his name. Really? So there is such a thing. It's possible. After all, the purple spirit pill is too miraculous. How could a young man refine it? I'm afraid that even Shen Tianyu can't refine such a pill. Yeah, I didn't believe it at first. But now that Lin Xian hasn't shown up for many days, it might be true. In Wind-Seeking City, countless martial artists were talking about it. Elixirs were resources that martial artists couldn't do without. Therefore, every martial artist was paying attention to it. Therefore, all kinds of news were flying around. Although I don't know if the purple spirit pill was refined by Lin Xian, I heard that when Lin Xian was in Crimson Crescent City, he was invited by a grade 7 alchemist. This is enough to prove his strength and talent. Otherwise, the grade 7 alchemist wouldn't have invited him. However, such a talented young alchemist didn't dare to accept the challenge. How strong is Shen Tianyu? Someone exclaimed. Of course. Shen Tianyu is the genius of the Shen family. He's a true grade 7 alchemist. Do you know what a grade 7 alchemist is? Look at those grade 7 alchemists now, and you'll understand. Without a few hundred years, it's impossible to achieve it. However, Shen Tianyu became a grade 7 alchemist at such a young age. That's unbelievable. Many people exclaimed. In Wind-Seeking City, many people were talking about Shen Tianyu. Although Shen Tianyu didn't make many moves, he had deeply impressed everyone. In an instant, his name resounded throughout Wind-Seeking City. Lin Xian naturally didn't know about this. He had been in seclusion to prepare for the secret territory. However, he didn't forget about the competition with Shen Tianyu. After all, it was a few 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. He wouldn't miss out on such a good thing. Therefore, when he felt that it was about time, he opened his eyes and exited his seclusion. However, when he came out, he wasn't happy, because he heard the streets and alleys speaking ill of him. Immediately, Lin Xian found Wang Li and the others and asked them what was going on. He had only been in seclusion for a few days. How did the world change so drastically? Wang Li was also very angry. He quickly said, Older brother Xian, in the past few days when you were in seclusion, the entire Wind-Seeking City was talking about your competition with Shen Tianyu. Not only that, but the disciples of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace are also adding fuel to the fire in the dark, specifically discrediting them, which is why the current situation is like this. We wanted to do it a long time ago, but without your permission, we didn't dare. Wang Li gritted his teeth. After hearing this, Lin Xian stroked his chin. So that's what happened. No wonder the entire Wind-Seeking City was in such a situation. However, he was not worried because his purple spirit pill was not fake. He had refined it himself. Therefore, no matter what people said, they could not change this fact. However, the other party's actions infuriated him. He was not a master who would be bullied. There's no need to do it, but since the other party provoked us, we have to respond. Lin Xian said in a deep voice. Wang Li, follow me out. Older brother Xian, where are we going? Wang Li asked. Accept the challenge. Lin Xian's voice was sonorous. Hearing this, Wang Li was excited. He had been displeased with those people for a long time. Unfortunately, without Lin Xian's order, he could not do it. But now, Lin Xian was going to take the initiative to attack. How could he not be excited? Older brother Xian, I can't help it. Wang Li shouted excitedly. Then he followed Lin Xian out. When Lin Xian appeared in Wind-Seeking City, everyone was stunned. They were shocked as if they had seen a ghost. Because after these few days of discrediting, everyone thought that Lin Xian was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge. But now Lin Xian appeared. What's going on? Didn't he not dare to come out? Why did he come out now? Many people were confused. Who knows? Is he here to accept the challenge? That's impossible. Didn't they say that he's only a 6th grade alchemist? With this level, he's courting death against Shen Tianyu. But he's walking towards the heavenly elixir pavilion. That's where he and Shen Tianyu will fight. Oh. Everyone was talking about it, excitedly. It was too shocking. They thought that the matter was over, but they did not expect such a thing to happen again. At this time, Wang Li snorted coldly. What are you suspecting? Are you suspecting our older brother Xian? Let me tell you, our older brother Xian has been in seclusion for the past few days because he's studying the pill formulas. It's not some lousy rumor. Now, we're here to accept the challenge. That's you. You were shouting so happily just now. I advise you to tell that Shen Tianyu to protect his knees. Protect his knees? Everyone was confused. Humph. Because in front of older brother Xian he has to kneel. Wang Li's voice was loud and clear. Whoosh, hearing this. Everyone was in an uproar. They were all extremely shocked, as if they couldn't believe their own ears. What did I hear? Lin Xian is fighting back. Damn, this is the rhythm of a fight. This is big news, big news. I told you, Lin Xian can't be afraid. You didn't believe me, but now you believe me. Look at how confident he is. Did he really come up with a new pill formula? Everyone was excited, boiling, and completely confused. The rumor about Lin Xian discredited was self-defeating. Didn't you say that he was a coward and did not dare to accept the challenge? But now he had come out and accepted the challenge in a high-profile manner. He was very confident. Suddenly, the news spread like a gust of wind and quickly spread throughout Windy City. Go and see, Lin Xian is out. What, Lin Xian is out? You're not dreaming, are you? How dare he come out? What do you know? He's heading to the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion to prepare for the competition. Really? Damn. I have to go and see. In an instant, the entire Windy City was shocked. Countless warriors moved to watch. This also created a strange scene. Lin Xian was like an elder of a king family. He was surrounded by everyone like the stars surrounding the moon. Brother Lin, are you really going to fight? Someone did not believe and quickly asked. I say, why are you still asking this question? Wang Li said impatiently. Can't you see? Of course, our older brother Xian is going to fight. Also, hurry up and tell Shen Tianyu to prepare a 6,000-year-old elixir. We don't want it if it's missing a leaf. Wang Li's words shocked everyone. They looked at Lin Xian's confident look. It did not seem fake at all. Now, everyone believed that Lin Xian was really going to fight. Chapter 1061. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was the largest elixir trading place in Wenfeng City. They had everything from ordinary elixirs to 7th-grade elixirs. It could be said that everyone knew about the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. At this moment, the people of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion all came out to welcome them. They naturally knew that the two of them were going to fight here, but they did not object. Instead, they were very happy. This was because such a thing was rare and both of them were shocking geniuses. Shen Tianyu was a disciple of a royal family and an alchemy genius. He had become a 7th-grade alchemist at such a young age. It could be said that he was very powerful and his future was limitless. Lin Xian was even more amazing. It was said that the purple spirit pill was refined by him. Moreover, he was the owner of the Immortal Martial Auction. The Immortal Martial Auction. There was probably no one who didn't know about this auction. The first auction had gathered countless elders of the big forces and even sent out a heaven-defying item like the King's Tablet. It could be said that the Immortal Martial Auction was the top auction in the Tianwu continent, and the young man in front of them was the owner of the auction. Therefore, they did not dare to underestimate him, and all came out to welcome him. Under the welcoming of the elders, Lin Xian entered the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion. The Heavenly Elixir Pavilion had specially cleared out a courtyard for this competition. The courtyard was very spacious and connected into one piece. Inside, there were overlapping rockery and waterfalls. The scenery was pleasant, and it was like a fairyland. Lin Xian walked into the courtyard and immediately narrowed his eyes. He naturally did not pay attention to the scenery. Moreover, something else had attracted his attention. With his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian sensed that there was a fire vein under the courtyard. Although it was not as good as the Flaming Mountain, it was still extraordinary. The fire vein contained rich fire elements and could help alchemists increase the efficiency of refining elixirs. It could be said that it was very important. He did not expect that there would be a fire vein in the courtyard. As expected of the heavenly elixir pavilion, it was indeed extraordinary. Then he focused his gaze and carefully sensed it. Then he took a step forward. His footwork was very strange. It was not a straight line at all. It was as if he was stepping on something. The ordinary martial artists were puzzled and did not understand. However, the elders of the heavenly elixir pavilion were shocked, and their faces were dull. They could not help but be shocked because they knew that there was a fire vein underground. But now, every step Lin Xian took was on the fire vein. Moreover, it was the place with the densest fire vein. Lin Xian's footsteps had completely shocked the elders of the heavenly Dan pavilion. Now, they absolutely believed that the previous rumors were purposely slandered. The youth in front of them was definitely incomparably powerful. However, they didn't know if they could defeat Shen Tianyu because Shen Tianyu was also extraordinary. Moreover, they had interacted with Shen Tianyu before. His attainments in alchemy were even higher than theirs. Therefore, they had no way of guessing the outcome of this battle. Everything would only be known after battle. After taking a few steps, Lin Xian stopped and stood with his hands behind his back with a smile on his face. This was because the place he was at now was the place where the fire element was the strongest. Seeing that Lin Xian was ready, Wang Li immediately said, "Why hasn't Shen Tianyu come yet? Is he afraid of our brother Xian's strength? You don't dare to accept my challenge?" Previously, those people had maliciously slandered Lin Xian, which made Wang Li and the others very angry. Now that there was an opportunity, they would not miss it. When the surrounding people heard this, the corners of their mouths twitched. Obviously, Shen Tianyu was retaliating against those malicious rumors from a few days ago. Soon, the news of Lin Xian's arrival at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion spread quickly. More and more people gathered at the Heavenly Dan Pavilion. The entire courtyard was filled with people. Lin Xian stood at the place where the fire vein was the strongest and waited quietly. He knew that Shen Tianyu would definitely come after hearing the news. Sure enough, not long after, there was a sudden commotion behind him. The crowd spread to both sides like a tide, forcibly forming a passage. Then, a group of people swaggered out of the passage. The person in front was naturally Shen Tianyu. He was handsome and had a conceited smile on his face as he strode over quickly. Next to him was the cold level 6 alchemist and Shen Yulong. Behind them were the other disciples of the Shen family. The group of people majestically entered the courtyard. Then the cold young man looked at Lin Xian and sneered. "You really dared to come. I have to say that you're very bold, but also very stupid. How dare you go against our brother Tianyu? You're going to die. Today, I'll expose your alchemy skills in front of everyone and let everyone know what kind of trash you are." Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to come so quickly and in such a domineering manner. It seemed that there would be an exciting alchemy battle here. When Wang Li heard Shen Tianyu's voice, he snorted and said, "I think you should be the ones who are afraid. Why? Are you ready to kneel down?" Seeing that Lin Xian was not backing down, the crowd finally boiled over. The alchemy competition had not yet begun, but the two sides were already mocking each other. It seemed that when the battle began, they would definitely not hold back. This also meant that the battle would definitely be exciting. "How is it? Have you prepared the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs? You must take good care of them. If there's a single leaf, we won't accept it." "Of course, we'll take good care of the 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs. But you don't have to worry about that because you won't have the chance to see them." The cold young man sneered. Shen Tianyu, on the other hand, looked proud and aloof. He did not care about this quarrel at all. Instead, his eyes were like lightning as he quickly scanned the surroundings. Then he frowned. This was because he also felt the underground fire vein. However, what made him unhappy was that Lin Xian was standing in the best spot of the fire vein. He could not tolerate this. In his opinion, this place should belong to him. Ling Xian was not qualified to own this place. Then, with a trace of coldness at the corner of his mouth, he quickly walked up. Get lost. I want this place. Shan Tianyu was very domineering. He did not take Lin Xian seriously at all. Lin Xian sneered. You want it? Who do you think you are? How dare you talk to me like that? Lin Xian did not have a good impression of this person in front of him. He had to teach this self-righteous and arrogant guy a lesson in order to intimidate him. Kid, I'm warning you. You don't deserve this position. You're an insult to this place by standing here. Seeing that the other party was unwilling to back down, Shen Tianyu's face darkened. How ridiculous. If I don't deserve it, do you think you deserve this place? Do you really think you're so great? Lin Xian said coldly. The crowd was puzzled. They could not understand why the two of them were fighting for a position. Chapter 1062. You're not alchemists, so you don't know that there's a very dense fire vein underneath. And Lin Xian is standing at the best spot in the fire vein. Refining pills there will achieve the best results. An elder explained. After hearing that, the crowd finally understood. No wonder the two of them were fighting for a spot. However, it seemed that Shan Tianyu was at a disadvantage because it seemed that Lin Xian would never give up that spot. In front of them, the two of them were confronting each other. Lin Xian was not afraid at all. On the other hand, Shan Tianyu was furious. His face was extremely cold and his eyes were filled with anger. Get lost. He finally could not stand it anymore. He threw a punch in front of him, trying to send Lin Xian flying. Seeing that, the crowd was shocked. They did not expect Shen Tianyu to suddenly attack. However, Lin Xian sneered disdainfully. He stretched out his palm and waved it in front of him. Boom! A low sound was heard, and a terrifying energy spread out in all directions. You want to fight? I'm afraid you've got the wrong person. Lin Xian sneered. Then his arm shook, and a huge force surged out of his body again. Boom! In the next moment, Shen Tianyu's expression changed because he was knocked back. His body swayed and he took 3 steps back. His entire arm was slightly numb. You! He stared fiercely at Lin Xian. His eyes were burning with anger. He did not expect Lin Xian's combat strength to be so terrifying that he was knocked back. The crowd was also shocked. It seemed that, in terms of combat strength, Shen Tianyu was far inferior to Lin Xian. At that moment, Shen Yulong also quickly stepped forward and whispered to Shen Tianyu, "Don't fight with him. His combat strength is terrifying." Hearing that, Shen Tianyu's face darkened, but he still nodded coldly. He had already felt the power of that punch. At that moment, he snorted. So what if his combat strength is strong? We're competing in alchemy skills this time. So what if you've taken the best spot? I'll let you know what true strength is. Shen Tianyu's expression was cold. He no longer fought for the best spot. Instead, he quickly scanned the surroundings, looking for other spots. Not long after, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. With a flash of his feet, he arrived at a place opposite Lin Xian. The fire element there was also abnormally strong, second only to Lin Xian's location. Kid, you'll know in a moment that everything is futile in front of absolute strength. Shen Tianyu smiled coldly. I'll let you know what true strength is. In the face of absolute strength, everything you do is futile. Shen Tianyu said arrogantly. Lin Xian also said in a cold voice, an alchemist who can't even get the most advantageous position to refine pills, and you still want to talk about absolute strength. I think you don't have any strength at all. You don't deserve to say these words. There are many factors involved in alchemy, and the flame factor is especially important. It can even affect the success or failure of alchemy. You can't even control such an important factor, and you still want to talk about strength with me. Don't you think it's ridiculous? Lin Xian's voice was cold, and there was a trace of disdain in the corners of his mouth. You have a sharp tongue. You'll know how short-sighted your knowledge is. Shan Tianyu's face was dark, and there was a strong murderous intent. His opponent was so hateful that he dared to question his strength. He decided to teach him a lesson later and let him know what a real alchemy genius was. That's right. What's the use of talking? Let's see if you have the ability to fight. The gloomy youth of the Shun family also clamored. It's no fun to bicker, since it's an alchemy competition. Let's see what level of alchemy you have. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also sneered. The surrounding warriors were very excited because they would soon be able to see a peak alchemy competition. This was definitely a rare scene. In that case, let's start. The competition is very simple. You can refine pills at will. Whoever has a higher grade and better effect will win. Shan Tianyu said, "Prepare the purple spirit pill formula because it will soon be mine." Hearing this, Lin Xian had a strange look. He asked in a low voice, "Are you sure you want to compete like this?" "What? You don't dare." Shin Tianyu sneered. "It's not that I don't dare, but I have no chance of winning at all." Lin Xian said slowly, "If I use the purple spirit pill, I really can't think of what kind of pill you can use to compete with me." He was telling the truth. Originally, he thought that they should refine the same kind of pill and see whose effect was better. He did not expect Shen Tianyu to compete with him on any kind of pill. Wasn't he looking for death? His purple spirit pill was a pill that could repair martial spirits. It was a pill that countless venerables went crazy for. It could be said that it was unique in the Tianwu continent because no one had heard of a pill with the same effect. Therefore, he really could not think of what kind of pill Shin Tianyu could use to compete with his purple spirit pill. Refine the purple spirit pill? Shan Tianyu was stunned. He then sneered disdainfully, "If you can really refine the purple spirit pill, then I'll admit defeat." He said this directly because, in his opinion, it was impossible for Shan Tianyu to refine the purple spirit pill. That was because it was a 7th grade pill, and it was one of the most outstanding 7th grade pills. With Shan Tianyu's status as a 6th grade alchemist, how could he refine it? Therefore, he did not think that Lin Xian could refine it. Shen Tianyu was different. He was a genuine 7th grade alchemist. This time, he had carefully prepared for the competition. Therefore, it wasn't difficult for him to refine a 7th grade medicinal pill. As long as he could refine it, he would definitely be able to defeat Lin Xian. When Lin Xian heard Shin Tianyu's words, his expression became even more strange. Since Shan Tianyu was looking for death, he could only send him on his way. "All right, you said it yourself. When the time comes, don't blame me for not reminding you." Lin Xian kindly reminded him again. Cut the crap. Let's begin." Shan Tianyu snorted coldly. Then he touched his storage ring with his finger. A crimson alchemy cauldron appeared in the air. The alchemy cauldron was crimson. As soon as it appeared, it exuded a monstrous heat. There were mysterious lines on it, forming a flame pattern that burned fiercely. This cauldron? Could it be the Shun family's Nanming Ignis cauldron? The elder of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion was shocked. "Yes, it is indeed the Nanming Ignis cauldron. I didn't expect him to have this treasure cauldron. This is a half-Earth grade treasure," another elder exclaimed. "What? A half-Earth grade treasure?" When the crowd heard this, they were shocked and looked at the sky in disbelief. They did not expect that the crimson alchemy cauldron to be a half-Earth grade treasure. This was too shocking. One had to know that a half-Earth step treasure was an incomparably rare existence. They hadn't expected Shan Tianyu to be so generous. Chapter 1063. Seeing the shocked and envious eyes of the people around him, Shen Tianyu smiled proudly. His Nanming Li fire cauldron was indeed a half-earth rank treasure, and it was specially given to him by his family. Now, using it to deal with Lin Xian would be a piece of cake. It could even crush him. Then he manipulated the Nanming Li fire cauldron and looked at Lin Xian provocatively. He wanted to see what kind of cauldron Shen Tianyu could take out. If the grade of his cauldron was too low, he would directly use the pressure of the Nanming Li fire cauldron to intimidate him, and it might even cause his alchemy to fail. He was disdainful. In front of his absolute strength, what could Lin Xian do? The disciples of the Shen family and the Divine Bird Palace looked at Lin Xian with a sneer, their eyes cold. Lin Xian naturally knew what they meant, but he shook his head slightly with a touch of disdain. Shen Tianyu dared to compete with him in terms of cauldron quality. His 1,000-beast cauldron was an earth-rank treasure, and it was a complete earth-rank treasure. It was not something that could be compared with a half-earth-rank treasure. If he wanted to, he could even suppress his opponent's cauldron in an instant. But he would not do so. If the news of the 1,000-beast cauldron leaked out, the whole world would be alarmed. At that time, those kings might also take action. If that was the case, he could not resist at all. Therefore, before he had the ability to protect himself, he would not leak this information. However, the 1,000-beast cauldron was still useful to him. Because of Zero, he could hide the aura of the 1,000-beast cauldron. Therefore, he only needed to maintain the aura of the 1,000-beast cauldron at the level of a half-earth rank treasure, and then take it out to use. It would not arouse suspicion. After quickly communicating with Zero, Lin Xian also flicked his finger, and suddenly a black light appeared in the void. Seeing this scene, everyone looked up and craned their necks to see. The black light in the void suddenly stopped and spun quickly. Then, a small black cauldron appeared in the void. The black cauldron floated in the air, emitting a similar aura. However, unlike the fiery aura from before, this black cauldron's aura was somewhat cold. What kind of pill cauldron is this? Why does it have such a cold and gloomy aura? Everyone looked at each other. As for the Heavenly Pill Pavilion's elder, he was shocked once again. Relying on their outstanding soul force, they could clearly sense that the aura emitted by the black cauldron in the void was equally terrifying. It had also reached the level of a half-earth rank artifact. Soon after, their hearts trembled fiercely. They had never imagined that Lin Xian would also possess a half-earth step artifact, grade pill cauldron. On the other side, Shen Tianyu's face was gloomy and even a little ferocious. He stared at the black cauldron in the sky, his body trembling slightly. Despicable, this is too despicable. He was driven mad, and his eyes were filled with killing intent. Shen Tianyu was about to go crazy. He really couldn't imagine that his opponent would be able to take out a half-earth step treasure cauldron. This was completely out of his expectations. Originally, he wanted to use the pressure of the Nanming Ignis cauldron in his hand to frighten his opponent. But now it seemed impossible, because the black cauldron that his opponent had taken out was no weaker than his. And somehow, when he faced the black cauldron, there was an instinctive fear in his heart. Damn it! How could this guy have such a good thing in his hand? Not only Shen Tianyu, but the disciples of the Shen family were also shocked. Their faces were ferocious, and they wished they could rush up and snatch the black cauldron back. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace also looked terrible. They stared fiercely at Lin Xian, and then comforted themselves. It's okay. Even if that guy took out a cauldron of the same level, so what? His strength is not as good as Brother Tianyu's. In the end, he will still lose. Even if the conditions are the same, his strength is not enough. He can't win. The disciples of the Shen family also regained their composure and shouted again. Seeing the changes in everyone's faces, Lin Xian was expressionless, but he sneered in his heart. A half-earth step treasure? These people were really silly and cute. They actually thought that Shen Tianyu could win this competition. It seemed that he had to hit them hard in the face to wake them up. Shaking his head slightly, Lin Xian ignored these people. Instead, he flicked his fingers and began to take out spiritual herbs to refine. Seeing this, Shan Tianyu snorted coldly. Then he focused his mind and calmed his qi, and a terrifying light burst out from his eyes. The next moment, he waved his hand, and groups of spiritual herbs appeared in the air, floating with his soul power. Seeing the two of them refining elixirs, the surrounding people also quieted down. They did not even dare to breathe loudly. They quietly watched this scene, and their hearts were filled with excitement. The alchemists in the field stared at the two of them, not missing a single movement. Because these two people were both top-notch alchemists, watching this kind of competition would definitely give them great inspiration. The elders of the Heavenly Elixir Pavilion stared at Lin Xian. There was no other way, because Lin Xian was refining the purple spirit elixir. It was the most popular elixir now. If they could learn a thing or two from Shan Tianyu's refining process, or find some clues, it would be an extremely important discovery for them. Therefore, these elders were as if they had been injected with chicken blood. They stared at Lin Xian without blinking, and did not even miss a single movement. But soon they were disappointed because Lin Xian showed them the most common process. Some of the key processes, as well as the carving of the pill veins, were all hidden. They could not find out at all, unless they forcefully used their soul power to break it. But if they did that, they would not just be observing, but directly robbing. This was a big taboo for alchemists, so they would not do it. Moreover, Lin Xian had the Immortal Martial Academy behind him. Even if they had 10 times the courage, they would not dare to forcefully investigate. Therefore, they could only watch helplessly, but their hearts were incomparably frantic. Although they could not see the most important part of refining the elixir, they were still incomparably shocked. It was because the methods Lin Xian displayed were truly too exquisite. Every single move he made was executed perfectly, and it caused even these seniors to sigh in admiration. Is this really a youth? Everyone was puzzled because to reach this level of attainment, it was impossible to achieve without a few hundred years. Genius, he is definitely a shocking genius. This Lin Xian's talent was definitely not inferior to Shan Tianyu's. He wondered what kind of person Lin Xian's master was. To actually be able to train such a peerless genius? Many alchemists discussed animatedly, abnormally envious. On the other hand, the Shen clan disciples' faces were dark because the better Lin Xian's performance was, the more uncomfortable they felt. Damn it, why is this guy so powerful? Impossible, he definitely won't succeed in refining it. Chapter 1064. He was also a grade 6 alchemist, but compared to Lin Xian he was nothing. That was because Shan Tianyu's methods and experience were too exquisite. He could not be compared to Shan Tianyu. He had even surpassed Shan Tianyu. Shan Tianyu's face was gloomy. Although he was refining the elixir, he was aware of what was going on outside with his soul. When he found out about Lin Xian's skillful and exquisite methods, his face suddenly became gloomy. Not only that, but a feeling of panic suddenly arose in his heart because the strength that Lin Xian displayed was not inferior to his at all. If it were not for the restriction of his soul power, Shan Tianyu would have been a grade 7 alchemist. However, that was enough to shock him. Shan Tianyu knew that although he was also part of the younger generation, he was already in his 30s. Looking at Lin Xian's appearance, he was at most in his 20s. There was a difference of more than 10 years between the two of them. For a genius, the improvement that could be achieved in more than 10 years was extremely terrifying. In other words, if the two of them were the same age, he would definitely not be able to beat Lin Xian. That was because when he was in his 20s, he could not reach Lin Xian's level. Damn it! Shan Tianyu's heart was ferocious. I will not lose. The elixir formula of the purple spirit pill must be mine. In the end, he directly withdrew the last trace of his soul and no longer paid attention to the outside world. Instead, he focused on refining the elixir in his hands. Without saying much, Shen Tianyu's strength was amazing. He was indeed a young genius at the Grandmaster level. Under such circumstances, he was still able to quickly calm his mind and focus on refining pills. This point alone was enough to instantly kill a group of older generation figures. Lin Xian, on the other hand, was completely oblivious to all of this. He had been completely immersed in the process of refining the pill. At that moment, he was completely immersed in the process of refining the elixir and fell into a very ethereal state. It was not the first time he had refined the purple spirit pill, so he was very familiar with it. Moreover, with the 1,000-beast cauldron in his hands, refining the purple spirit pill was not a challenge for him at all. However, he still carried on meticulously because during this process he was able to discover his own shortcomings and improve on them. Time flowed by, and in the blink of an eye, half a day had passed. During this half a day, no one left. They didn't even move. They were like petrified statues, quietly watching, because the battle between the two of them was really too exciting. Even those martial artists who didn't understand alchemy were convinced. Because all methods were connected, the other party's performance in alchemy was the same principle when it came to martial arts. Therefore, even though they did not understand alchemy, they understood this logic. And those alchemists were even more shocked because the alchemy of these two people had long since completely surpassed them, reaching an inconceivable level. If they didn't know the exact age of these two people, they would have suspected that these two people were two old monsters in disguise. However, just as everyone was exclaiming in shock, Lin Xian suddenly opened his eyes. His gaze was as sharp as a divine arrow. Then he let out a low roar and quickly waved his finger, sending streams of soul power into the 1,000-beast cauldron. What? Seeing this scene, those medicinal pill elders were all stupefied. They naturally knew what Lin Xian's action meant, but because they knew, they were extremely shocked. This action meant that the refining of the pill was about to be completed, but this was simply impossible. One had to know that the other party was refining a 7th-grade pill, and it was an extremely special purple spirit pill among 7th-grade pills. It had only been half a day and he was already done? The elders couldn't believe it because according to their common sense, even if it was an ordinary 7th-grade pill, those powerful 7th-grade alchemists would need about a day or so. How could someone be like Lin Xian, refining it in half a day? Around them, those alchemists were also shocked. Each of them widened their eyes as if they had seen a ghost. Humph, to be able to finish refining so quickly, it definitely isn't a 7th-grade pill. The gloomy young man from the Shin family said coldly, "Maybe it's ruined." Many discussions sounded. In any case, no one was optimistic about Lin Xian's chances. Because this speed was too damn fast, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill. Lin Xian took in everyone's expressions, and the corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. Indeed, under normal circumstances, it was impossible to refine a 7th-grade pill in half a day, let alone an extremely special pill like the purple spirit pill. However, Lin Xian was different. He had the 1,000-beast cauldron, which was a true Earth-grade treasure that could greatly reduce the refining speed. Moreover, half a day was enough for Lin Xian to be waterproof. According to his actual speed, he would probably be able to refine it in 4 hours. However, he didn't dare to refine it with all his might. What if he scared those people? Now, refining in half a day had already scared those people. If he refined it in 4 hours, those people would definitely treat him as a monster and capture him to study. Lin Xian didn't want to get into trouble like that. With a wave of his hand, a light purple pill flew back and was put into the pill bottle. Then, Lin Xian recalled the 1,000-beast cauldron again. After doing that, he stood up and looked ahead with a smile. Over there, Shan Tianyu was still refining pills and had no idea what was going on outside. However, Lin Xian's lips curled up slightly. He had refined the purple spirit pill. No matter what kind of pill his opponent refined, it would be impossible for him to beat him. Therefore, he was sure to win this competition. When the crowd saw Lin Xian smile, they suddenly exclaimed in a low voice. The hearts of the Shen family disciples thumped as a bad feeling rose from the bottom of their hearts. This guy, don't tell me he really refined the purple spirit pill. How is that possible? He refined the purple spirit pill in half a day. Is he a monster? Impossible. It's definitely impossible. He must be bluffing. Yes, that must be it. The Shen family disciples shook their heads frantically. In the distance, the elders of the heavenly pill pavilion looked at each other and whispered to each other. What do you think? Looking at the pill markings and fragrance, it should be a 7th grade pill without a doubt. However, I don't know if it's the purple spirit pill. Yeah, it was too fast. I didn't see it clearly. Those few elders were also grumbling. It's fine that you refined the pill so quickly, but you didn't even show us after you finished refining the pill. Are you trying to kill us? My friend Lin, have you finished refining the pill? Finally, an elder of the heavenly pill pavilion stood out and rubbed his hands with a smile. Yes, I finished refining it, Lin Xian answered readily. The purple spirit pill? The elder asked again. Yes, the purple spirit pill. Lin Xian nodded. Hearing this, the crowd could not help but burst into an uproar. However, the disciples of the Shen family jumped out and shouted, Nonsense, it can't be the purple spirit pill. How can that pill be refined in such a short time? That's right. I think you must be bluffing to get away with it. Show us if you can. That's right. If you really refined it, I'll eat the sword in my hand. I'll eat it too. I don't believe that he can really refine the purple spirit pill. Chapter 1065. The elders of the heavenly pill pavilion were also excited. They quickly said, Young friend Lin, why don't you take it out for us to have a look? You'll have to take it out sooner or later anyway. All right, Lin Xian said helplessly. Originally, I wanted to wait for Brother Shin to finish refining the pill. If I reveal it halfway, I'm afraid it will affect Brother Shin's refining. All right, stop looking for excuses. Brother Tianyu won't be affected. The disciples of the Shen family sneered and did not believe him. All right, since you want to die, I can't do anything about it. Lin Xian opened his palm and revealed the pill bottle in his hand. So many eyes here have seen that I have never changed this pill bottle. This means that the pill in this bottle is indeed something that I have just refined. I hope the elders of the heavenly pill pavilion can bear witness to this. That's right, we can prove it. No one can do anything under our noses. The group of elders patted their chests and said, Young friend Lin, quickly open it and let us have a look. Lin Xian nodded and did not hesitate. He opened the pill bottle and poured out a light purple pill. Then, he waved his hand and let it float in the air. At this moment, everyone opened their eyes wide and stretched their necks to look at the sky. The next moment, they let out a wave of exclamations. Purple spiritual pill. It's really the purple spiritual pill. What? How is this possible? Oh my God, he refined the purple spiritual pill in half a day. This is definitely a shocking alchemy prodigy. Brother Lin, you're my idol from now on. Countless people discussed animatedly, their expressions extremely excited. The elders of the heavenly pill pavilion were also shocked. They opened their eyes wide and looked at the sky. That's right. This is definitely the purple spiritual pill. This young man has a bright future ahead of him. That's right. He looks like he's only 20 years old and already has such heaven-defying strength. I'm afraid that he might break through to become an 8th grade alchemist in the future. The group of elders of the heavenly pill pavilion shook their heads, and their faces were filled with envy and amazement. However, the Shen family's disciples were dumbfounded. Each and every one of them were dumbstruck and panic-stricken. The faces of the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were also gloomy. They did not expect that Lin Xian would actually be able to refine the purple spirit pill. This was definitely not good news for them. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. Dream. I must be dreaming. The gloomy young man from the Chin family jumped up, his expression filled with disbelief. Fake! I don't believe it. It must be fake. The Shun family disciple still wanted to quibble. At this time, Wang Li took a step forward and coldly shouted, "Don't quibble. Who was the one who said he wanted to eat the sword on the spot? Come out and eat it." "Yes, yes. I heard that there are people who want to eat treasured sabers on the spot." "Where are they? Let me see." The surrounding crowd also began to jeer. "You are all disciples of king clans. Since he said that he would eat the sword on the spot, then let's eat it on the spot. Don't even think about running away. Otherwise, your king clan's face will be completely thrown away." Hearing this, the surrounding martial artists were extremely excited, and all of them looked at the Shun family disciple with anticipation. The Shun family disciple's face darkened, and his eyes were filled with despair. Previously, they were confident that Lin Xian would not be able to refine it, which was why they dared to boast like that. But now he actually managed to refine it, and even wanted them to fulfill their previous promise. This made them even want to die. One had to know that that weapon was a spiritual artifact. It was incomparably hard. How could it be eaten? They probably couldn't even bite it. The group of people had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. The group of Shun family disciples had sullen faces, and their expressions were extremely ugly. At this time, Shen Yulong also stood out and coldly shouted, "Brat, don't go too far. Don't forget that we are from the King clan. It's precisely because you are from the King clan that I have to urge you to fulfill what you said before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be good if you lose the face of the King clan." Lin Xian also sneered and said, "I know that you King clans value face the most, so you'd better eat it." Hearing this, Shen Yulong was so angry that he vomited blood, and the Shin family disciples were also so angry that their bodies trembled. At this moment, they even had the feeling of wanting to escape. When the surrounding crowd saw this scene, they were all extremely excited, as if they had been injected with chicken blood. This was too shocking, too exciting. One had to know that the other party was a King clan disciple, a high and mighty existence that no one dared to provoke normally. But now, Lin Xian directly broke this legend and made the King clan disciples suffer. Moreover, they suffered a loss without being able to retaliate at all. Now that they saw the Shun family disciples' faces that were bleeding from holding back their blood, everyone could not help but want to laugh out loud. "Eat it. If you don't, you'll lose the face of the King clan." Lin Xian said, "Then you'll be punished when you return to your clan. So, I'm saying this for your own good. Hurry up and eat it on the spot. Eat your grandpa." Shen Yulong had the urge to vomit blood. "For our own good? If we eat it, we'll really lose face for the King clan. So, this time, we can't eat it even if we're beaten to death." Lin Xian sighed when he saw the Shen family's disciple lowering his head and refusing to admit his mistake. Sigh, the moral degeneration of the world is getting worse day by day. I didn't expect the top King clan of the mainland to not keep their promise. It seems like this world is really tragic. Yeah, what kind of King clan are they? They can't even keep their word. Wang Li also despised at the side. When the surrounding crowd heard this, they also began to mock them. As for the Divine Bird Palace disciples, their faces darkened. They didn't want to stay any longer, so one by one, they quickly escaped quietly. They had no choice, it was too embarrassing. If they stayed any longer, they would probably be mocked to death by others. "Hey, three-headed bird, why are you leaving? Don't you want to wait for the results?" Lin Xian looked at the fleeing disciples and shouted loudly. Hearing this voice, the Divine Bird Palace disciples stiffened and almost fell down. Then those people sped up and left the courtyard quickly without looking back. Seeing this scene, the surrounding crowd was stunned. "Damn, this is too heaven-defying." With just a few words, he scared off a 6th grade middle sect disciple. This kind of scene has probably never happened before. At this time, Lin Xian once again looked at the Shun family disciples with a smile. "Hey, your allies have all run away. It seems like they have no confidence in you." Hearing Lin Xian's words and the crowd's disdain, the Shen family disciples couldn't help but lower their heads. They wished they could find a hole to hide in. The gloomy young man was even more unbearable. His whole body trembled and his face was extremely red. Then he finally couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "Hey, he's spitting blood, he's spitting blood. The Shen family disciples are in the wrong." Looking at this scene, Wang Li cried out loudly. Hearing this, the gloomy young man trembled in anger and spat out another mouthful of blood. He was about to go crazy. Chapter 1066. Seeing this, the gloomy young man was stunned. The other Shen family disciples were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. The crowd was also stunned. They all turned their heads and looked at Shen Tianyu. Shen Tianyu's face was splattered with blood, and his alchemy was interrupted. He opened his eyes angrily, and his expression was terrible. The next moment, the Nanming Ignis cauldron in front of him suddenly trembled. Then, as if it had exploded, a low sound came from the cauldron. Seeing this, the crowd exclaimed. They knew that this meant that the alchemy had failed. Shen Tianyu's face became ferocious when he heard the explosion and saw the elixir turn into ashes. He wiped the blood off his face. His cold eyes were like lightning as they quickly swept across the area. "Who dares to interrupt my alchemy?" He was so angry that his whole body was trembling. His voice was filled with murderous intent. Because this was a competition that everyone was watching, and because of his distinguished status, he thought that no one would dare to interrupt his alchemy. Therefore, he did not take any protective measures. However, he did not expect that he would be interrupted at the most critical part of his alchemy, and he failed. He could not accept this. After all, he was in the middle of a competition, and it was a competition with a wager. In an instant, he thought of Lin Xian. Only Lin Xian dared to mess with him. However, in the next moment, he saw Lin Xian standing with his hands behind his back and shaking his head with a smile. "Don't look at me. I'm not messing with you. It's your Shen family's son who did this." Then he pointed to the side. "Family disciple." Shen Tianyu's face was ferocious. He did not believe it, but he still looked over. Then his body stiffened. It was as if lightning had flashed through his mind. He was completely stunned. That was because he saw that the gloomy young man's mouth was full of blood. He was looking ahead with a blank face. Needless to say, that mouthful of blood must be from him. Damn it! Shen Tianyu gritted his teeth. He did not expect that the person who interrupted his alchemy was from his own family. His face was ferocious. With a cold, murderous intent, he quickly walked toward the gloomy young man. Brother Tianyu." Seeing Shen Tianyu walking over, the gloomy young man trembled in fear and almost cried. I didn't do it on purpose. It's all that brat's fault. It's all his fault." The gloomy young man wanted to say something, but Shen Tianyu shouted, "Useless trash, get out of my way!" As soon as he finished speaking, he waved his palm and slapped the gloomy young man's face, sending him flying. Suddenly, the gloomy young man's body flew into the air. He spun a few times in the air before he was sent flying. Half of his face was extremely swollen like a pig's head. All of his teeth were broken and scattered on the ground. He was in an incomparably miserable state. "Scram! I don't want to see you again." Shen Tianyu's voice was cold. If it wasn't for his own disciple, he would have killed that man already. The gloomy young man's face was contorted in pain, but he didn't dare to leave. He could only lie on the ground and tremble. Ayaya, killing each other, what a disgusting scene. Lin Xian sighed. The people around them tried hard to hold back their laughter and kept shaking their heads. They knew that the Shen family had completely lost today. Hearing Lin Xian's voice, Shen Tianyu suddenly turned around. His cold eyes were like sharp blades as he stared at Lin Xian. "Don't be so smug. I was just forcibly interrupted. Under normal circumstances, I wouldn't." Halfway through his words, he suddenly stopped. Then, as if he had thought of something, His pupils suddenly shrank and he was extremely shocked. Impossible. Why are you still standing? Where's your alchemy tripod? Alchemy tripod? I put it away long ago. Do you think it's as slow as a snail like you? Finished refining? Impossible. Shin Tianyu quickly shook his head with a look of disbelief. Then he sneered. Why, did you refine a 6th grade elixir? A 6th grade elixir? Hearing this, the people around them had strange expressions. Lin Xian also sneered. I think it's better for your own family to tell you the answer. Seeing the strange expressions of the people around him, Shan Tianyu had a bad feeling. However, he suppressed it and turned to look at the disciples of the Shin family. Tell me, what's going on? However, the disciples of the Shin family looked terrible and did not dare to answer. Yulong, tell me, what's going on? What kind of elixir did that kid refine? Seeing that the disciples of the Shen family did not dare to answer, Shan Tianyu could only look at Shen Yulong. Shen Yulong's face was also gloomy. However, he still said in a low voice, that kid refined the purple spirit elixir. What? Purple spirit elixir? Shen Tianyu was stunned. Those 3 words were like a bolt of lightning that struck him dumb. He never expected that Lin Xian could really refine the purple spirit elixir. Originally, in his opinion, Lin Xian's strength was not good enough and he was simply an imposter. It was impossible for him to refine a 7th grade elixir, but now he had refined it. Of course, our brother Xian spent half a day refining the purple spirit elixir. At this time, Wang Li, who was next to him, also said proudly, half a day. Hearing this, Shan Tianyu's pupils constricted and he was shocked again. He was very suspicious, but when he saw the expressions of the disciples of the Shen family in front of him, his heart sank. In other words, everything that the other party said was true. In half a day, the other party had refined the extremely precious purple spirit elixir, while he had ruined the elixir. The difference between them could be said to be obvious at a glance. Thinking of this, a fire of jealousy rose in his heart and his whole body became a little twisted. One had to know that he was a proud son of God and an alchemy genius. He was extremely talented. At such a young age, he had become a 7th grade alchemist and was greatly cultivated by his family. In fact, his goal was to become an 8th grade alchemist in his lifetime. It could be said that he had never taken anyone seriously, let alone those of the same generation. Yet now, a youth who was even younger than him actually defeated him in alchemy. He could not accept this. At this moment, Shan Tianyu's heart was going crazy. He looked at the strange expressions of the people around him, and his heart sank. He felt like dying. He did not want to stay here for a moment longer. However, just as he turned around, Lin Xian's voice softly floated from behind. I say, you seem to have forgotten something. Where's the bet? Yes, 2 6,000-year-old spiritual herbs and 3 5,000-year-old spiritual herbs. You shouldn't have forgotten, right? Wang Li reminded him. Hearing this, Shen Tianyu's body trembled and he almost fell down. Those spiritual herbs were his treasures. How could he bear to part with them? However, he had already said it. There was no way he could deny it. Moreover, in front of so many people, he did not dare to deny it, because when the time comes, it would not only be him who would be embarrassed, but the entire Shin family would be embarrassed. Chapter 1067. With a heavy snort, Shen Tianyu reluctantly took out 2 6,000-year-old and 3 5,000-year-old spirit herbs from his storage ring. Then he threw them behind him. Lin Xian, on the other hand, waved his hand. Instantly, a stream of air surged and formed a gentle gust of wind that completely caught the 5 spiritual herbs. They're really supreme spiritual herbs. Lin Xian sighed. Thank you. Remember to look for me when you want to compete. Of course. You have to prepare the stakes in advance. Shan Tianyu's head was about to explode. He suppressed the anger in his heart and turned into a ray of light, disappearing on the spot. Hey, why are you guys still here? Do you want to stay and eat the weapons? Lin Xian turned around and looked at the disciples of the Shen family who were still there. Hearing this, the disciples of the Shen family trembled and quickly left like stray dogs. Seeing this scene, the surrounding people let out earth-shattering cries. It was too shocking. A young man defeated all the disciples of the King family. It was too shocking. Moreover, what made the crowd even more excited was that they had seen this unbelievable process with their own eyes. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very happy. He looked at the supreme spiritual herbs in his hand and was overjoyed. These spiritual herbs were very precious and could make up for what he lacked. He had to admit that Shan Tianyu was really a god of fortune. Then Lin Xian kept the supreme spiritual herbs and left the heavenly pill pavilion with Wang Li and the rest. However, not long after he left, the news spread throughout the entire Windy City. When the people outside heard the news, they were shocked. What did you say? In the end, Lin Xian won the competition, and Shen Tianyu blew up the pill? Oh my God, this is unbelievable. When the crowd heard the news, they were shocked. At the same time, they admired Lin Xian even more. In an instant, Lin Xian's reputation in the Windy City reached the peak and no one could surpass him. Lin Xian bade farewell to the Windy City and returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy to prepare for the Secret Realm. Lin Xian had just returned to the Celestial Martial Arts Academy when a deacon sent Lin Xian information about the Secret Realm. After reading it, Lin Xian had a rough understanding of the Secret Realm. This Secret Realm was called the Remote Sky Secret Realm. It was a secret realm passed down by Liu Yang in ancient times. As it was an independent space and only open once every 100 years, it was not affected by the outside world and there were large amounts of treasures growing inside. It could be said that it was a place where countless martial artists were envious of it. However, there were also countless risks inside. Naturally, there were the restrictions and formations that had been passed down since ancient times. But overall, it was still a very tempting secret realm. At the same time, Lin Xian also learned that the opening of the Remote Sky Mystery Land this time was very strange. It was 20 years earlier than usual. In other words, some unexpected changes might have happened inside. Moreover, the people from the major powers couldn't forcefully investigate it because the Remote Sky Secret Dimension had a special restriction on cultivation. It only allowed martial artists below the 6th heaven of the Venerable Realm to enter. Therefore, some powerful elders from powerful forces could not enter at all. Moreover, according to the information, Challenger-level forces could send in 100 people, while 6th-rank sects could send in 50 people. The other 5th-rank sects and clans could only send in 10 people each. Most of these people would be chosen from the younger generation, and only a small number of them would be left for the older generation. Of course, the age distribution was different for each force and sect. Moreover, according to the information that Lin Xian received after returning these few days, even if there were only 100 people, not every expert on the mystic venerable ranking would be willing to enter. After all, it was extremely dangerous inside, and they could die if they were not careful. On the contrary, those martial artists who were not on the ranking were unusually excited and wanted to try. However, even so, not everyone could enter. They had to pass the Academy's strict assessment before they could enter. However, Lin Xian did not need to take part in the assessment. He only needed to prepare patiently and wait for the Remote Sky Secret Realm to open. Soon, the news of the Remote Sky Secret Realm spread, and all the disciples in the Immortal Martial Academy knew about it. Instantly, the entire Immortal Martial Academy became lively. Ever since the Demon-Slaying Conference, the Immortal Martial Academy had been peaceful for a long time. No one expected it to explode again. It could not be helped because the Remote Sky Secret Realm was even more attractive than the Demon-Slaying Conference. There were countless heavenly treasures inside, and even some extinct spirit herbs and martial arts that had been lost. It could be said that it was a treasure trove waiting for everyone to excavate. However, the danger there was also great. It was several times more dangerous than the demon-slaying conference. Therefore, every disciple was discussing whether to enter the remote sky secret realm or not. At the same time, the Academy also held a registration event. After all, this was a major event and not just anyone could enter. It had to be decided through a competition. Although the remote sky secret realm was dangerous, there were still many rooms that registered. This was an opportunity for them, an opportunity to become a dragon. In fact, it was not only the Immortal Martial Academy that was doing this. The other major forces were doing the same and were quickly selecting suitable disciples. The registration period was only 1 day. Therefore, the Immortal Martial Academy was very lively now. Those disciples who were in seclusion or outside rushed back and prepared to participate. There were also some seniors who were prepared to give it a try. Among them, Lin Xian was directly exempted from the test. At the same time, Dugu Aoyan and Li Yunfei also received the same treatment. There was no choice. These 3 people were powerful and were the top existences in the younger generation of the Academy. Therefore, they did not need to participate in the competition. Other than that, there was another person who was exempted from the competition. That was Murong Qingcheng. However, she did not use the Immortal Martial Academy's quota, but the Murong clan's quota. Murong Qingcheng had already told Lin Xian about this before she left. Therefore, Lin Xian was not surprised. After all, the remote sky secret realm was very dangerous. It could be assumed that the Murong clan also hoped that Murong Qingcheng would stay with the disciples of their clan. This would greatly increase their chances of survival. As for this competition, Lin Xian did not pay attention to it anymore, because his strength was still at the peak of the younger generation of the Academy. Only Dugu Aoyan and Li Yunfei could be his opponent. The others were not qualified at all. Therefore, he did not pay too much attention to them. What he was really worried about was the disciples of the other sections. For example, the Shen clan and the Murong clan. The core disciples of these king clans were not weaker than the top 10 disciples of the Academy. These were the real enemies. Chapter 1068. His cultivation had steadily increased, and he could be considered an extremely strong existence among the 4th-level venerables. Moreover, he had consumed the purple spirit pill, which had perfected the ice lotus martial soul and the great dragon sword soul. His other intents had also reached perfection, and he only needed an opportunity to transform them into a true martial soul. As for the blood sword inheritance, it was now stuck at the 4th level because it required a powerful battle to level up. He had also cultivated the other 2 earth rank cultivation techniques to the small success stage. His current cultivation was not enough to reach the large success stage. It seems that increasing my cultivation is the way to go. Lin Xian took a deep breath. In the last few days, he did not go into seclusion, but completely relaxed. At the same time, he also received a piece of news that the Academy had made an exchange list. It meant that cultivators could use the items in the remote sky secret realm to exchange for items in the true spirit palace. Of course, the value of the items had to be equal. Immediately, Lin Xian was interested. He remembered that he still owed the dark red divine dragon a portion of dragon blood. Let's go take a look. Lin Xian was tempted and prepared to go take a look at the so-called exchange list. There were many items on the exchange list, which meant that there were many treasures in the remote sky secret realm. Otherwise, there would not be so many items on the list. Lin Xian even saw the exchange of earth-rank martial arts, which made him extremely shocked. One had to know that earth-rank martial arts were the top martial arts on the continent, and now the Immortal Martial Academy was actually exchanging them. One could imagine how precious the items were. He swept his gaze and quickly searched the list. Then he narrowed his eyes, because at the top of the list there was an exchange item, and that was dragon blood. A drop of dragon blood was worth 7 to 8 million spiritual value points in the true spirit palace. This price was very high. Lin Xian had been in the academy for so long, and he only had 1 million spiritual value points. If he wanted to gather 7 to 8 million spiritual value points, he would have to not exchange for anything and be busy for 2 to 3 years. This would consume too much time for him, and it was not worth it at all. But now there was an exchange list, which meant that as long as he obtained the corresponding item in the remote sky secret realm, he could exchange for a drop of dragon blood. Remote sky feather. Lin Xian muttered as he stared at the ceiling. This was the item that had been exchanged with the dragon blood. Dragon blood! The dark red dragon was also excited. He had been waiting for this day for a long time. But soon, he revealed a suspicious expression. What's wrong? Is there something wrong with the dragon blood? Lin Xian asked. No, look at that exchange item. The dark red dragon was excited. Heavenly abyss feather. Could it be the heavenly abyss bird's feather? Heavenly nether bird? Lin Xian was stunned, and then his heart trembled violently. Are you sure? Something like that. Otherwise, I can't think of any bird feathers that can be exchanged for dragon blood, the dark red dragon replied. Hiss! Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air when he heard that. Then his eyes lit up. One of his goals in coming to the blood realm was to find the heavenly nether bird. Back then, Lin Xian had obtained an incomplete map that recorded information about the heavenly nether bird. That was why Lin Xian came to the blood realm. However, the map wasn't complete, so Lin Xian hadn't made any progress. But now he had obtained information about the heavenly nether bird. The remote sky secret realm. Could this secret realm be related to the heavenly nether bird? Lin Xian's eyelids twitched. Seems like it. The dark red dragon was also shocked. I was wondering why I couldn't find it. It's a secret realm by itself. The two of them were too excited because the heavenly nether bird was a demonic beast on the heaven list. It was very useful to both of them. Needless to say, the dark red dragon needed the heavenly nether bird's blood and demonic nucleus to recover its strength. As for Lin Xian, he wanted to deal with the flame to form the fire martial soul. Originally, he just wanted to go in and get some treasures, but he didn't expect to find such a thing. Lin Xian was excited. He had to get the heavenly nether bird flame. He had a map in his hand, and it might be useful. After making a mental note of this name, Lin Xian left the exchange board. The other disciples also stared at the list excitedly and kept discussing. Time passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, it was the opening day of the remote sky secret realm. The academy also gathered all the disciples who were qualified to enter the remote sky secret realm. There were a total of 100 people, and 70 of them were young disciples, and 30 of them were old martial artists. These people stood on top of an enormous ancient array platform, waiting quietly. Lin Xian was naturally among them. His eyes flickered as he looked around. Finally, he looked at the older generation figures. These older generation figures were extremely powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Most of them were at the 6th heaven of the honorable realm. Lin Xian even saw 1 or 2 7th heaven of the honorable realm experts. Immediately, he was puzzled because according to the information he received, 7th heaven of the honorable realm couldn't enter. But now, there was 7th heaven of the honorable realm standing here. This was really strange. However, the dark red dragon said, "There's nothing to be curious about. The Celestial Martial Academy should have a special method to let 7th heaven of the honorable realm in. But looking at the number of people, the method to enter must be expensive." I see. Hearing the dark red dragon's explanation, Lin Xian understood. But then he became cautious because if the Celestial Martial Academy had such a method, the other king factions should have the same method. If they were interested in the heavenly nether bird, the situation would be troublesome. It seemed that the remote sky secret realm was really dangerous. He had to be careful. Everyone stood on the array platform and waited quietly. Dean Xian also stood at the front with her hands behind her back and looked up at the sky. A few elders near her were also whispering to each other. At the same time, on the other side of the sky martial continent, on a huge mountain, Several figures floated in the clouds like immortals. They looked like they were in a dream. On the mountain, there were strange runes flashing. They were like red soldering iron, shining with a strange light. Not only that, the other 5 mountains around it were also shining. They connected together and formed a huge light array. The 6 huge mountains pierced through the clouds. The runes on them became brighter and brighter, forming rays of light that intertwined in the void. In the end, they formed a huge array. This scene lasted for a long time before it gradually stabilized. At this moment, a pair of eyes opened in the void. His merciless gaze tore through the sky. Accompanying it was a terrifying aura. Then, a majestic voice sounded. The remote sky secret realm was finally opened. The voice was low and carried a terrifying aura. Even the void couldn't withstand it. The hearts of the disciples in the distance trembled and their bodies trembled. Shin-Chong, let's start with you. The majestic voice sounded again. If someone was here, they would definitely exclaim, because these people were from the Shun family. Hearing the majestic voice, a middle-aged man stepped on the void and walked over slowly. Chapter 1069. The hearts of the hundreds of disciples trembled when they saw the majestic figure. There was fear and respect in their eyes. Uncle Shin-Chong, go for it. Many disciples clenched their fists. Shin-Chong calmed himself down and looked up at the heaven's eye in the sky. Then he said respectfully, "Forefather, I'm going in." The deep voice sounded in the sky with the might of a king. Then Shin-Chong stepped out with a cold expression. When he stepped onto the dark red light platform, the entire void started to shake. The huge light formation in the sky also shook and countless cracks appeared on it. Shin-Chong's cultivation has improved again. An ordinary 7th heaven supremacy can't cause such a commotion. Yeah, the teleportation formation can't take it any longer. However, if he can enter, he'll definitely get a great opportunity. Don't worry, the other forces won't dare to try, but our Shun family can definitely send him in safely. Up in the sky, a few elders were having a quick discussion while the hundreds of disciples in the distance were also nervously watching this scene. Obviously, the middle-aged man called Shin-Chong was a 7th heaven supremacy. Under normal circumstances, it was impossible for him to enter the remote sky mystery realm. However, as a sovereign family, the Shun family naturally had a special method. In the sky, the huge light formation shone brightly and quickly connected with heaven and earth. A huge tunnel appeared in the sky. However, the tunnel was extremely unstable and seemed to show signs of breaking at any time. It was the tunnel that led to the remote sky mystery realm. However, it only allowed martial artists below the 6th heaven supremacy to enter. Above this level, the tunnel would become extremely unstable. If a powerful martial artist tried to force his way in, he might be torn to pieces by the unstable spatial power. Now, the middle-aged man called Shin-Chong was about to experience that. Under the effect of the huge light formation, his body floated towards the dark tunnel. Then the tunnel began to tremble slightly, forming countless shocking cracks. It was as if the Buddha wanted to devour the middle-aged man. It was a terrifying scene. If one was enveloped by the terrifying spatial power, one would not be able to escape at all. Therefore, the middle-aged man was extremely dangerous at the moment. When the hundreds of disciples saw that, they exclaimed and were extremely nervous. However, Shin-Chong snorted coldly in the air. He waved his hand, and a stream of light appeared above his head. Tens of thousands of rays of light descended and enveloped his body. Earth Step Artifact Fragment. Seeing this scene, a disciple exclaimed, receiving a treasure fragment from the ground. When the surrounding disciples heard this, they revealed looks of envy. Even though it was just a fragment, it was something even more terrifying and precious than a half-Earth Step artifact. No wonder the other party dared to enter the remote sky secret realm despite being a 7th layer venerable. It turned out that he had a terrifying weapon like the fragment of an earth-rank treasure artifact. Many disciples quickly discussed among themselves, and their hearts were finally at ease. Sure enough, in the void above, under the effect of the Earth-class treasure fragment, Shen Chong's figure rapidly shuttled through the passageway and disappeared. After Shen Chong, a few older martial artists walked out and used special methods to enter the remote Heaven's secret realm. After the older generation left, it was time for the younger generation. However, compared to the older generation, the younger generation was much safer. This was because none of them had surpassed the sixth heaven of Venerable Realm, so they did not have to worry about being killed by the power of space. When the Shun family entered the remote Heaven's secret realm, the Morong family was also making preparations. At this moment, a pitch-black passageway appeared above the Morong family. It was as if a huge beast in the abyss had opened its mouth. It was extremely terrifying. Qingcheng, have you really thought it through? Although there are many treasures inside, it's also extremely dangerous. There was a period of time when the death rate in the remote Heaven's secret realm was 50%. A delicate-looking young man said. This young man was extremely handsome, like a fairy child, and he had an otherworldly aura. He looked like a young man, but he spoke very maturely. However, no one dared to look down on him. Even the surrounding elders looked at him with respect. This was because, although this young man looked young, his eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life. When he moved his eyes, he emitted a few wisps of the aura of a king. This completely opposite scene appeared on this young man at the same time, making him seem extremely mysterious. Great-grandfather, don't worry. I've thought it through. Moreover, with the treasures you've given me, I won't be in too much danger. Morong Qingqing smiled. All right, since you've decided, let's begin. Hearing this, everyone's expression turned serious. Then they looked to the front. Under the pitch-black passageway, there was a beautiful figure. She was like a fairy, without a trace of the mortal world. Behind her, there were close to 100 young disciples. At this moment, they were all waiting excitedly. Morong Qingqing smiled faintly. Like a fairy, she flew into the passageway above. After Morong Qingqing landed, the passageway that was originally trembling became extremely stable. There were no abnormalities at all. Looking at the gradually disappearing figure, the crowd was amazed, especially the elders. All of them nodded their heads in satisfaction. It seemed that the bloodline in this girl's body had been awakened. Otherwise, with her cultivation, it would be impossible for her to stabilize the space passageway. That's right. Her bloodline has finally been awakened. Perhaps there will be another king in the Morong family soon. The few elders were excited. However, the handsome young man shook his head slightly. Qingqing had a long way to go. She shouldn't be limited to the family. Compared to here, the outside world was much more exciting. It would also allow her to grow more. The handsome young man's words shook the hearts of the elders. However, no one dared to say anything. Palace of Ares, holy land of martial arts. The huge palace stood tall in the clouds. On the majestic door, there was a divine sword and a demonic saber carved on it. The two intersected, forming the totem of the Palace of Ares. In the Palace of Ares, a skinny old man sat in a majestic hall. The aura of this old man was extremely terrifying. It was as if he could destroy the world with a raise of his hand. This person was the vice palace master of the Palace of Ares. However, it was obvious that his faction was still in control of the Palace of Ares. Below the throne, there was a middle-aged man. He was wearing a blood-red robe. His eyes were filled with arrogance, like an overlord. It wasn't easy. Finally, at the last moment before the opening of the remote sky secret realm, we managed to seize control of it. The middle-aged man said with a smile. His voice was filled with joy and excitement. It's nothing. Although that guy is strong, it's not his real body. As long as we spend some time, we will be able to make him disappear one day. When that time comes, the entire Palace of Ares will be mine. The skinny old man said in a deep voice. There was a hint of sharpness in his voice. Chapter 1070. That person, you mean the young man they're waiting for? Yes. The middle-aged man said this information should be correct. However, I didn't expect that young man to be related to the Immortal Martial Academy and even be valued. After hearing that, the old man pondered for a moment before saying, "It's nothing. If it's really that person, he'll definitely enter the remote sky secret realm this time. At that time, we'll send someone to kill him in the secret realm. If that's the case, they'll be completely defeated." Hearing this, a cold smile appeared on the middle-aged man's face. "Lin Xian, right? Since you dare to appear, don't blame us. If you want to blame someone, blame yourself for not existing in this world." At the Immortal Martial Academy side, a pitch-black tunnel also appeared. As soon as the tunnel appeared, the originally quiet scene instantly became chaotic. Then, under the command of Dean Xian and the other elders, the older generation started to enter the tunnel first. Fortunately, the Immortal Martial Academy was powerful and had a deep foundation. Therefore, the two seventh-level honorables also entered the tunnel safely. Next, it was the younger generation. Dugu Outyin carried a long sword on his back and had a tall figure. He turned his head to look at Lin Xian and said in a deep voice, "Brother Lin, I'll make a move first." After saying that, he stomped his foot and like a sword light, he instantly disappeared into the black tunnel above. Then, Li Yunfei also glanced at Lin Xian before turning around and soaring into the sky. Seeing those two figures, Lin Xian also took a deep breath. His eyes were filled with seriousness. He knew that it was his turn now. When Li Yunfei's figure also disappeared into the tunnel, Lin Xian moved. He didn't fly at an extreme speed. Instead, he flew slowly towards the black tunnel. However, just as he stepped into the black tunnel, the originally stable black tunnel suddenly trembled slightly. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned because they didn't expect this to happen at all. One had to know that only when the first two seventh-level honorables entered the tunnel would there be such a phenomenon. And now, the same phenomenon was happening to Lin Xian as well. This was simply too unbelievable. In an instant, Lin Xian's expression turned extremely ugly. He couldn't understand why the black tunnel would suddenly undergo such a change. One had to know that even though he was powerful, he didn't think that he could compare to a seventh-level venerated cultivator. Therefore, he couldn't figure it out at all. However, the current situation did not allow him to think too much about it. This was because, from the way the passage was trembling, it seemed like it would soon shatter. Seeing this scene, the young disciples below were terrified. Even Headmaster Xian and the others had grave expressions on their faces. One had to know that Lin Xian's identity was special. He could not afford to lose him, let alone encounter danger in this passage. Thus, without any hesitation, school head Xian made her move. He formed a series of mystical hand seals that flew upwards in an attempt to take control of the black tunnel. However, it didn't seem to have much effect. On the other hand, the dark red divine dragon sent a voice transmission. D***, I forgot. Although my cultivation base has dropped, my realm has indeed surpassed that of a king. It had to be known that once one became a king, their body's life level and soul would undergo heaven-defying changes. They would be completely different from supreme experts. Therefore, even though the dark red divine dragon's cultivation base was gone, his body and soul mark were truly at the king realm. However, such power was not allowed to pass through the black tunnel. Hearing the dark red divine dragon's words, Lin Xian's expression became even more unsightly. What could he do? He had two choices now. One was to leave the dark red divine dragon behind and enter the black tunnel alone. However, even though he would be safe in that way, the restrictions in the remote heavenly secret realm would become his biggest problem. After all, he had also learned formation restrictions from the dark red divine dragon and was far superior to ordinary formation masters. However, the ancient restrictions were not child's play. With his current strength, it would probably be very difficult for him to go against them. Therefore, unless he had no other choice, he didn't want to leave the dark red divine dragon behind at all. However, if he didn't leave the dark red divine dragon behind, he would be killed by the spatial power. He wouldn't be able to resist such power either. Therefore, facing him now seemed to be a dead end. Zero, do you have a way? Lin Xian had no choice but to send a voice transmission to Zero. Zero didn't say anything. Instead, he directly activated the 1,000 Beast Cauldron and shot out a black halo that enveloped Lin Xian's body. With the support of the Earth Tier treasure, Lin Xian was completely safe. Then he quickly passed through the black tunnel and finally disappeared. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. That scared me to death. What happened just now? Why did something happen to the black tunnel? It shouldn't be. Although Lin Xian's strength is outstanding, it's far from being a threat to the black tunnel. I think there must be a mistake. No matter what, the strange phenomenon has disappeared. Lin Xian can be considered to have entered safely. The elders were completely relieved. However, they didn't notice the black light shot out by the 1,000 Beast Cauldron. They all thought that the black tunnel had calmed down by itself. It couldn't be helped. The black light was similar in color to the black tunnel. If one didn't look carefully, they wouldn't be able to tell at all. Moreover, when Zero was controlling it, he had used a relatively low-key method. Therefore, it was normal that the elders didn't notice it at first. However, Dean Xian frowned slightly. He had caught a glimpse of the faint light just now. However, he was just curious and didn't think much of it. Lin Xian didn't know about this because he was still in a strange space under the effect of the spatial teleportation. With a flash of white light, Lin Xian's figure appeared in the void. However, he immediately frowned. When the spatial power disappeared, an extremely heavy force supported his body. It was as if a mountain was pressing down on him. This is... Lin Xian's expression changed drastically. He quickly activated the art of longevity. The spiritual energy in his body surged and formed a force to resist the gravity. Then he landed safely and heaved a sigh of relief. The dark red dragon also came out of the storage ring. It kept waving its dragon claws in fear. Damn, that scared me to death. That was so dangerous. Indeed, the situation just now was very dangerous. Fortunately, Lin Xian had many trump cards and finally passed through safely. The dark red dragon heaved a sigh of relief. Then it sensed its surroundings and was surprised. The gravity here is different. It seems to be much heavier than outside. Indeed, Lin Xian's expression was solemn. He felt a force several times heavier than outside pressing down on him. However, his body had been nourished by many natural treasures and was extremely strong. This gravity was nothing to him. However, this strange scene made him extremely bewildered. That was because he had entered many arcane realms. For example, the monster-slaying world was a strange arcane realm. However, the monster-slaying world was nothing compared to this place. That was because this remote sky arcane realm was far superior to the monster-slaying world in all aspects. Chapter 1071. The air in the remote sky secret realm was heavier than Lin Xian had imagined. It also had an ancient aura. The remote sky secret realm was a secret realm that had been passed down since ancient times. It was extremely mysterious. Even after so many years, the various forces of the Sky Martial Continent had sent their elite disciples in. However, they had only explored 10 or 20% of the secret realm. It was impossible to explore the whole picture. In other words, more than 80% of the secret realm had not been explored. After analyzing this, Lin Xian's expression did not look good. However, he did not give up. He could give up on other treasures, but he had to find the heavenly netherbird. Don't worry, little Xian. According to my judgment, the heavenly netherbird is definitely in this secret realm, the dark red dragon said. However, our first task is not to find the heavenly netherbird, but to find treasures to increase our strength quickly. After all, no one knew what state the heavenly netherbird was in. Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded. The dark red dragon was right. This place was extremely dangerous. It was best to increase one's strength first. Just as the two of them were conversing, there was another fluctuation in the void. Figures appeared in the void and quickly descended. Obviously, those who appeared later were also disciples of the immortal martial academy. However, they had just entered and were naturally suppressed by the gravity here. Each of them was like a meteor as they fell violently. However, these disciples of the immortal martial academy were not ordinary people. Therefore, after a moment of panic, they calmed down and used their methods to safely land. However, these people did not land in the same place as Lin Xian. They landed in a different area. They were a few thousand meters away from Lin Xian, and there were two mountains in between. In fact, Lin Xian understood after thinking about it. The black passageway allowed at most a sixth heaven venerable to pass through. Venerables above the sixth heaven could enter the passageway by ingenious means, but they could not stay with the crowd. Instead, they were randomly sent to remote sky mystery land. In other words, the two seventh heaven venerables from the immortal martial academy were not here at all. As for Lin Xian, because he was carrying the dark red dragon, there were some abnormalities and he deviated from the path. Fortunately, Zero acted in time, so the trajectory did not deviate by much. In the beginning, Lin Xian was not familiar with the hidden sky secret realm, so he did not plan to act alone. Instead, he planned to stay with the team for a period of time and make a decision after he had a thorough understanding of the place. With a flicker, Lin Xian flew towards the place where everyone was about to land. However, even though it was said to be flying, it was actually jumping because the air here was extremely dense, even suppressing martial artists from flying. This didn't mean that Lin Xian couldn't fly, but it would consume a lot of spiritual energy. In this unfamiliar place, preserving his strength was the most important thing. Therefore, Lin Xian only used his movement technique and quickly ran on the ground. At the front, the older generation figures and young disciples had completely settled down after landing. Then they began to size up the surroundings and count the number of people. Very soon, they frowned because they realized that Lin Xian wasn't with them apart from the two seventh-level venerables. This greatly surprised them. However, they soon heaved a sigh of relief because they saw Lin Xian flying towards them quickly. "You're finally here. We thought you were randomly teleported out too," Bing Ling said worriedly in the crowd. No, there was a slight deviation during the teleportation process. Fortunately, it wasn't too far away. Lin Xian shrugged and returned to the team. The older generation figures also heaved a sigh of relief. Then they looked around and said in a low voice, "As this is your first time entering the hidden sky secret realm and you're not familiar with this place, it's best that we don't split up at the beginning." After hearing that, everyone nodded in agreement. Indeed, this place was unpredictable and dangerous. If everyone was together, their safety would be greatly increased. Moreover, they were completely clueless about this place. If they went out alone, they might not be able to find anything. The following matters were easy to handle. With the older generation figures taking the lead, Lin Xian and the rest began to walk in the hidden sky secret realm. "Now let's confirm our location," one of the elders, Elder Song, said. Then he took out a map and began to study it with everyone. Elder Song was very powerful and had reached the sixth heaven of the martial honor realm. Moreover, he was very old and had been here twice before. Therefore, no one was more familiar with the hidden sky secret realm than him. In front of him, even Dugu Outyen, Li Yunfei, and the rest did not dare to act rashly. Elder Song and a few of the older generation figures studied it for a while and then said loudly, "If I'm not wrong, we should be in the Mirage Sea Zone." "Mirage Sea?" Wen Yen said. Everyone frowned. Even Lin Xian's face did not look too good, because the Mirage Sea was very mysterious and rumored to be very terrifying. No one wanted to stay here. After taking a deep breath, Elder Song said in a low voice, "I think we should hurry up and leave this place." Everyone nodded and went on their way. The dark red divine dragon looked suspicious. Mirage Sea? What kind of lousy name is that? There's not even a drop of water here. How can it be called the Mirage Sea? It looked around for a long time, but did not find anything. Therefore, it could only follow beside Lin Xian. Next, Lin Xian and the rest began to move forward under Elder Song's lead. However, no one flew because flying here consumed too much spiritual power. The gains did not make up for the losses. This was a test of everyone's movement skills. Those with good movement skills were like fish in water here. They could even ingeniously reduce the pressure in the air. Lin Xian's movement skills were probably the best among them. There was no other way. His Void Tomb Illusory Demonic Steps was an Earth-rank movement skill. However, he did not walk too fast. Instead, he walked with the rest. However, a few disciples who were confident in their movement skills chose to lead the way. Boom! However, as Lin Xian and the rest were walking, there was a sudden earth-shattering sound in front of them. Then, countless rays of light lit up like colorful clouds, shocking the surroundings. Along with it, there was a vast amount of spiritual power and the sound of intense fighting. Oh no, they're fighting! When everyone heard the sound, their faces changed. They all sped up to provide support. Lin Xian tapped his foot and flew out like a puff of smoke. Soon he saw the scene in front of him. There, over 10 disciples were fighting with a pack of demonic wolves. This pack of demonic wolves was extremely terrifying. They had already reached the level of demon general. Moreover, the demonic chi on their bodies condensed into armor, making them even more difficult to deal with. For a moment, these demonic wolves were actually locked in battle with the disciples in front of them. This was too shocking. One must know that these disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were all geniuses. In the outside world, ordinary demon generals were not their opponents. They could almost be killed in a single move. Even demon generals of the same level would not be in such a sorry state. Chapter 1072. It seemed that the gravity in the remote sky secret realm was not the only abnormal place. Even the demonic beasts were much stronger than those in the outside world. Fortunately, Lin Xian had more people on his side, and there were also older generation experts. One of the elders rushed over and snorted as he punched forward. The terrifying fist brought about a strong gust of wind and blew up a demonic wolf. Seeing this, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. At the same time, they were shocked by the combat power of the older generation. As expected of the older generation, their combat power was too fierce. The rest of the older generation also attacked and killed more than 10 demonic wolves in an instant. When the remaining wolves saw this scene, they were finally frightened. They quickly howled and tried to escape in all directions. Hey, these demonic wolves are ancient remnant beasts. The fur and bones on them are very strange. If this material is used to refine weapons, it should be much better than those in the outside world. A few of the older generation looked at the demonic wolves' corpses on the ground with shining eyes. After hearing this, the disciples at the back were also shocked. As expected of the remote sky secret realm, there were indeed many treasures. Just a pack of demonic wolves was an ancient remnant beast. This place was full of treasures. Of course, in order to obtain rich treasures, one had to be powerful. Without the older generation, the younger generation would have to put in a lot of effort. Next, Elder Song divided them into groups. The younger generation was divided into 3 groups, led by Lin Xian, Dugo Outyan, and Li Yunfei. The older generation experts stood guard at the side. Not long after, Lin Xian and the rest were intercepted again. It was still demonic wolves, but there were obviously more of them this time. There was even a wolf king in the group. This time, the battle was much more intense than before, and all kinds of spiritual energy radiance splashed everywhere. Lin Xian's side was also attacked, and the battle was about to start. He waved his hand, and a series of palm shadows rushed out with a terrifying icy aura. All the demonic wolves that were touched by the icy aura were quickly covered in frost. They were frozen and slowed down. Seeing this, the others attacked with all their might. Lin Xian did not fight the demon wolves with all his might. Instead, he acted as the commander, occasionally releasing his icy aura to control the entire battlefield. All of a sudden, Lin Xian's heart started pounding as a bad premonition rose from the bottom of his heart. He quickly released his soul force to scan the surroundings while shouting, "Be careful! Pay attention to the plants around you." His voice was like a clap of thunder, exploding in everyone's ears. Momentarily, the hearts of the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples shuddered as they rapidly formed a defensive barrier around their bodies. Sure enough, in the next moment, the grayish-brown plant nearby came to life. Like a demon, it kept swaying. Moreover, countless gray tree branches shot out from the ground like venomous pythons and quickly wrapped around the crowd. This change was very sudden. Some of the tree branches had black, poisonous thorns on them. It was obvious that they were covered in poison. If it wasn't for Lin Xian's warning, these disciples would have long been pierced by the poisonous thorns. If that was the case, they would be in danger. However, even with Lin Xian's warning, there were still some disciples who were too slow. They did not dodge in time and were struck by the grayish-brown vines. They were instantly sent flying. There was even a disciple whose defensive barrier was cracked. Instantly, the disciple's pupils shrank as a terrified expression appeared on his face. Fortunately, the poisonous thorns did not injure his body. However, the grayish-brown plants did not let these people go, especially the few disciples who were sent flying. Countless vines quickly wrapped around them. Seeing this, Lin Xian coldly snorted. He flicked out a thunderstorm sword ripple with his finger, which was as fast as lightning, slashing forward. Pum! The sound of an intense collision rang out. Terrifying energy spread out in all directions, instantly tearing the ground apart. Countless energy collided, forming a violent wind that swept up sand and dust, like a tornado that swept in all directions. Lin Xian's sword was very sharp. It directly cut off the grayish-brown branches. Thank you, Brother Lin." The few disciples were also frightened. They quickly retreated and joined the others. However, although everyone gathered together, they did not look good. This was because scarlet blood flowed out from the broken branches, instantly dyeing the ground red. Seeing this scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air and felt their scalps go numb. A tree branch could actually bleed. This was the first time they had seen such a scene. Before anyone could react, a shrill cry suddenly came from the depths of the ground. Immediately after, the entire ground trembled as if a huge monster had awakened. It quickly drilled out from the ground. The ground bulged, and then countless cracks appeared as it quickly rushed into the distance. A huge tree demon crawled up from the ground and roared ferociously. Its voice was terrifying. This tree demon was very large, almost 100 meters tall. There was a flat cut on its upper left side, which was caused by Lin Xian's sword qi. Lin Xian's sword qi had angered the tree demon below. It roared and its branches trembled. Like poisonous snakes, they quickly lashed out at the crowd. "Be careful, these branches are highly poisonous," Lin Xian quickly reminded them. At the same time, he calmly dodged the attacks of the countless branches. Everyone knew how powerful it was and did not dare to fight it head-on. They all fled. At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Among the crowd, Chi Hao roared and waved his huge palm, slamming it to the left. This palm was extremely terrifying. It shook the surroundings, and the entire void was mercilessly torn apart. The blue palm was like a vast ocean, fiercely blasting towards the gray tree demon. However, the tree demon also roared. The countless branches on its body waved and quickly intertwined, forming a gray fist that blasted forward. Pung! An earth-shattering sound was heard. The tree demon's fist actually blocked the ocean blue palm shadow. Furthermore, the power formed by the countless branches even pushed Chi Hao back through the blue light pillar. Seeing this, everyone's hearts trembled. They could not believe it. Who was Chi Hao? He was an expert in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard. However, he was unable to take down the tree demon. This was simply too shocking. No wonder it was said that the remote sky mystery realm was extremely terrifying. Now it seemed that it was true. However, it was fortunate that Chi Hao was only pushed back and was not injured. On the other side, Lin Xian roared coldly and quickly waved his arm. Previously, he had only been in control of the situation and would only act when there was danger. However, he could not care less now. The gray tree demon's strength was beyond his expectations. He had to act quickly and defeat it. Countless pieces of ice gathered and formed an icy blue fist that blasted forward. The tree demon roared angrily. The branches on its body trembled and formed a huge gray shield in front of it. Chapter 1073. When the frost fist approached the gray shield, it suddenly disintegrated and turned into 5 ice dragons that attacked the gray tree demon from 5 different directions. This change was very sudden. The gray shield tightly blocked 2 ice dragons, but the other 3 ice dragons fiercely slammed into its body, causing it to be knocked back. The giant tree demon only stopped after taking 7 or 8 steps back. However, the ground had been trampled beyond recognition. Lin Xian furrowed his brows when he saw this. The punch just now was not simple. Even an ordinary 4th-level supremacy would have been injured. However, the gray tree demon was only forced back a few steps and did not suffer any substantial damage. This was beyond his expectations. Then he snorted coldly, and his eyes shone with a shocking light. That punch just now was just an ordinary punch. His true strength was not just that. He dared to guarantee that the gray tree demon would not have it so easy. He bent his fingertips, and the aura of wind and thunder gathered, forming a sword wave of spiritual power that swallowed the light. Then Lin Xian flicked his finger, and the wind and thunder sword wave also surged out quickly. Strong wind and lightning rushed toward the gray tree demon quickly. Not only that, but the sword wave also contained the power of the great dragon, Sword Soul. It could be said that the attack was extremely powerful. In addition to the wind and thunder attributes, the sword wave was extremely sharp. Boom! Boom! The huge sword wave hit the gray tree body. Immediately, countless lightning bolts jumped and wild winds danced, completely enveloping the other party. However, the black tree demon roared angrily and waved all the branches on its body to resist. However, Lin Xian did not give it a chance to turn around. With a flick of his finger, terrifying sword chi surged out one after another. They intertwined in the air and quickly slashed forward. Amidst the sword chi, the giant tree demon was beaten into a sorry state and screamed in pain. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. They all looked forward with their mouths wide open in disbelief. They knew the strength of the tree demon, especially the poisonous thorns on the branches. It could be said that it was extremely terrifying. Even a 4th-level supremacy would not dare to fight it head-on. Moreover, not long ago, Chi Hao, who was ranked in the top 10 of the Mystic Sovereign leaderboard, had collided with the tree demon's palm and had been forced back. This further proved how powerful the tree demon was. However, such a terrifying tree demon was being beaten back repeatedly by Lin Xian, and it was in such a sorry state. This was far beyond everyone's expectations. Is this really Lin Xian? His strength is so terrifying. That's right. This sword chi is too sharp, far surpassing those of the same level. Why do I feel like he's comparable to those of the older generation? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air as their scalps went numb. Among those present, Only the older generation possessed such combat strength. However, Lin Xian's display of such powerful combat strength had truly shocked everyone present. However, at the moment when the crowd were discussing among themselves, those people of the older generation also arrived and began to attack. Seeing this, Lin Xian did not continue to attack. Instead, he withdrew the sword waves. In any case, with the help of these seniors, the gray tree demon would not be able to escape. So, he might as well save his strength for a rainy day. As expected, under the joint attack of a few of the older generation experts, the gray tree demon shrieked in pain and was quickly torn apart. Seeing this, the crowd was still amazed. As expected of the older generation, they were simply too powerful, far surpassing the younger generation. Lin Xian was also shocked. Indeed, the combat strength of the older generation was very strong. They were not on the same level as the younger disciples. It seemed that his greatest enemy in the obscure secret mirror this time was the older generation of the other forces. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's heart turned heavy. He did not dare to be careless. After killing the tree demon, the older generation began to organize the tree demon's corpse as materials for refining weapons. The other younger disciples quickly sat down cross-legged to recover their strength. Not long after, the older generation finished their work. The younger generation also opened their eyes, stood up, and set off again. Along the way, the crowd did not speak. They all walked forward in silence because they did not want to stay in the illusory C-zone any longer. Some of the wealthier younger disciples even took out demonic beasts from their demonic beast pouches as mounts. In this way, the cultivator would be able to save a great deal of strength, and they would be able to display their greatest combat strength in battle. Lin Xian rubbed his chin when he saw this scene. He had 2 demonic beasts in his possession as well. However, he thought about it and didn't take them out in the end. One of his demonic beasts was the gold-wing eagle, and the other was the gold-eye toad. However, flying was restricted in this place, so the gold-wing eagle wasn't of much use. Moreover, even though this place was called the Illusory Sea, the surroundings were dry like a desert. So, the gold-eye toad was probably unable to display much of its strength here. So, it was better to travel on foot. At dusk, the afterglow of the setting sun, everyone's shadows were long on the ground. At this moment, the scorching temperature in the surroundings had gradually vanished, and it was replaced by a trace of gloomy coldness. Everyone was shocked when they sensed the changes in the surroundings, and they frowned. Elder Song had a solemn expression as well, and he said in a low voice, "The illusory C-zone is extremely famous. According to rumor, it's extremely hot during the day and extremely cold at night. It's even capable of freezing Exalt Realm cultivators to death. So, let's speed up and find a safe place to spend the night. Freeze Exalt Realm cultivators to death." Everyone's eyelids twitched when they heard that, and they gasped. How strong were Exalt Realm cultivators? They were powerhouses, yet such figures could actually be frozen to death? One could imagine how terrifying the temperature was. Sure enough, as if to prove Elder Song's words, a cold wind blew in the surroundings not long after. A bone-piercing chill quickly spread, and the sand beneath their feet turned from boiling hot to icy cold. Everyone couldn't help but quicken their pace when they sensed the chill. At this moment, a cry of surprise was suddenly heard. "Damn, what's that?" A disciple pointed at the sky in the distance and shouted. There was even a trace of fear in his voice. Everyone raised their heads and looked over when they heard that. Then they were all dumbstruck and stunned on the spot. Lin Xian was similarly shocked, and his heart thumped wildly. However, he had seen too many strange things, so even though he was shocked, he wasn't stunned. However, his expression was extremely unsightly because a huge shadow had appeared on the horizon in the distance. It was like a dark cloud. However, relying on his outstanding soul power, Lin Xian knew that it wasn't a dark cloud at all, because the huge shadow was covered in scales, and it was very obvious that it was a demonic beast. However, This made him even more shocked, because only a portion of its body was revealed, yet it covered half the sky. Exactly how big was the demonic beast's hand? The mysterious demonic beast's huge body circled in the sky like a dark cloud, and it pressed down on everyone to the point that they couldn't breathe. Then, 2 rays of light that were like the sun appeared. Everyone knew that those were the eyes of the huge demonic beast. Everyone be careful. Don't move. Elder Song warned coldly. Chapter 1074. Everyone be careful. Don't move. Elder Song reminded them coldly. Even though he was a powerhouse in the 6th heaven, he was still terrified by the enormous demonic beast because its aura was too terrifying. It was like a demonic mountain that one could only look up at. Then, everyone saw that behind the huge eye, a head gradually appeared. The head was indescribable because it was too huge. Moreover, under everyone's shocked gazes, the head opened its mouth. Subsequently, a deep voice was heard. It seemed to have come from the 9 heavens and 10 earths, and it was deafening. All of a sudden, Lin Xian was shocked, and a bad premonition arose in his heart. Sure enough, in the next moment, something that shocked everyone happened. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the huge head opened its bloody mouth. Subsequently, it spat out a pillar of water. It was as if the water of the Milky Way had descended from the sky. Although it was called a pillar of water, it was actually no different from the sea. In an instant, it filled the entire sky and quickly swept towards Lin Xian and the others. The aura was too terrifying because it was not ordinary seawater. It contained a primitive aura. Quickly defend! Elder Song shouted. Subsequently, his spiritual power erupted and formed a huge ball of light that enveloped his body. Everyone was stunned. Soon after, they came to their senses and quickly defended their bodies with all their might. It could not be helped because they could not escape at all because they were surrounded by seawater. Hence, they could only defend passively. Lin Xian also took a deep breath. A layer of bright red armor covered his body. On it, there was a bright red lotus that swayed rapidly. Accompanying it was a mysterious aura. Faced with an unknown danger, Lin Xian immediately activated the red lotus armor to protect his entire body. At the side, the dark red dragon also had a grave expression. However, it did not take any defensive measures because it was a king to begin with. Even though its cultivation level had dropped, its body was different from a venerable one's and could be said to be extremely tough. The seawater was terrifying, but it could not hurt it at all. Even so, he still looked around with a solemn expression. At the next moment, everyone was enveloped by endless seawater. Not only that, but the entire area was also covered by seawater. In an instant, it turned into a boundless sea. Lin Xian and the others continued to sink, but fortunately, they were not injured. The dark red divine dragon kept spitting out seawater. Damn, I finally know why this place is called the Mirage Sea. Lin Xian was also speechless and rolled his eyes. How could he have known that such a change would occur in this place? As expected of a mystic realm passed down from ancient times, it was indeed mysterious and unpredictable. Soon he landed at the bottom of the sea with the others. At this moment, the bottom of the sea had already changed. Due to the appearance of the seawater, the original desert had already disappeared and was replaced by a real sea. At this moment, they also seemed to be at the bottom of the sea. However, this wasn't all because undercurrents were also surging beneath the sea, and the waves were surging violently. Therefore, everyone could only circulate their spirit energy with all their might and firmly hold onto the ground like a boulder. Otherwise, they would be swept away by the endless seawater. Who knew where they would be swept to? Therefore, an extremely strange scene appeared. Lin Xian and the others were like statues, bitterly persevering at the bottom of the sea. Elder Song's expression was also solemn. As expected of the Mirage Sea, it was indeed as dangerous as the legend said. Everyone was also speechless. The sky was fine, so where did such a huge demonic beast come from and spit out so much seawater? However, This made them even more alarmed because in this remote sky mystic realm, there might be a huge threat at any time. The undercurrents underground became more and more rapid, and finally, like darkness, they drowned everyone. After an unknown period of time, the undercurrents gradually disappeared, and the surrounding light returned to normal. Lin Xian also heaved a sigh of relief. He looked around and then opened his mouth wide. This was because the current underwater world was completely different from when they had just come up. When they had just come down, there were undercurrents and it was a land of death. However, it was different now, and the surrounding seawater was calm. There were countless creatures around, and what was even more shocking was that there were black shadows in front of them that were like huge mountains. However, Lin Xian's soul power was outstanding, and he could clearly sense that it wasn't an underwater volcano, but a building. Underwater buildings, and it was a stretch. This was simply too amazing. At this moment, not only Lin Xian, but the older generation figures also noticed the abnormality. They all frowned and looked ahead, cautiously. Not long after, the younger disciples also noticed it, and soon someone exclaimed, "Oh my God, the underwater world! Could this be the Dragon Palace?" The Dragon Palace. Hearing this, everyone's hearts trembled. At this moment, another person exclaimed, "The Dragon Palace? That's a land of treasures. Could this really be a land of treasures?" Hearing this, everyone was excited. Their main purpose in coming to this remote sky mystic realm was to look for treasures. Now, there was an unknown land of treasures in front of them. How could they not be excited? Lin Xian was also very surprised because he did feel a shocking energy fluctuation from the buildings in front of him. However, he didn't know whether it was a treasure or not. "Elder Song, what should we do?" The group of disciples looked at the older generation figures with anticipation. Elder Song and the other older generation figures quickly discussed, then nodded and decided to investigate. Suddenly, everyone cheered. They quickly scouted around and then carefully moved forward. Gradually, everyone got closer to the underground buildings. Then they exclaimed one by one. One had to admit that the buildings were too majestic. It was like a palace at the bottom of the sea, shining with colorful lights. On the walls, there were carvings of dragons, as if they were real dragons. Could this really be the Dragon Palace? Seeing this, many people swallowed their saliva. Most of the doors here were closed. Could there be some kind of restriction? Li Yunfei frowned and said because he tried a few times and found that the doors couldn't be opened at all. The other disciples didn't believe it and tried a few times, but it was to no avail. Lin Xian frowned slightly, then quickly probed with his soul power. With his soul power that was close to that of a grade 7 alchemist, he quickly probed and found something. "I found a place where there are no restrictions. Follow me," Lin Xian said. Suddenly, everyone was excited, and even the older generation figures quickly looked over. Then, under the lead of Lin Xian, everyone came to a crystal door. To their joy, the door was not closed. Chapter 10:75. In the end, everyone discussed and decided to have a few older generation figures lead the way while the younger disciples followed behind. This was mainly done because the older generation figures were knowledgeable and powerful, so they could avoid danger to the greatest extent. Soon, the crowd passed through the open crystal door and walked in. After entering, everyone exclaimed again because the inside was more like an immortal palace. All kinds of objects were exquisite and shining, as if it was a real dragon palace. Everyone walked in a long passage, and the walls on both sides were engraved with powerful sea beasts. Although they were only stone carvings, everyone could still feel a primordial aura. After carefully walking through the long passage, everyone stopped, because in front of them was a real building complex. All kinds of pavilions, and squares were arranged in picturesque disorder. It was like a real city, but it was an undersea city. However, the only strange thing was that although it was no different from a city, there were no signs of life. It was as if it was a dead city. When everyone arrived at the real undersea city, They looked at everything around them and fell into deep shock. At this moment, Dugu Outyen said in a deep voice, "Elder Song, I seem to feel a weak spiritual power fluctuation." Hearing this, the older generation figures also frowned because Dugu Outyen could be said to be the strongest among the younger generation. Since he said there was a fluctuation, it should be true. Soon, under Dugu Outyen's reminder, the others also quickly sensed it. Elder Song also nodded slightly. Yes, there is indeed a spiritual power fluctuation. Lin Xian also sensed it, then raised his eyebrows because not only did he sense a spiritual power fluctuation, but he also sensed another kind of fluctuation. It was not that the others did not sense it, because among these people, Lin Xian's soul force was probably the strongest. The dark red dragon also revealed a suspicious look. Obviously, he also noticed the abnormality. "Boy, be careful. I keep feeling that there is something unusual here." Hearing this, Lin Xian nodded slightly and secretly became vigilant. Then everyone set off. Their goal was, of course, the direction of the spiritual power fluctuation. They speculated that the spiritual power fluctuation was very likely to be from a treasure. Soon, Lin Xian and the others set off again. This time, the older generation led the way, while the younger disciples followed behind. However, compared to the previous passage, everyone's speed was obviously faster now. However, just as they passed through a pavilion, countless blue bubbles suddenly appeared around them. The surrounding seawater seemed to be boiling and trembling violently. "Not good, retreat." Up ahead, Elder Song suddenly shouted anxiously. Along with this voice, countless black shadows suddenly came from all directions. Like black lightning, they quickly stabbed at everyone. Fortunately, Lin Xian and the others were no ordinary people. Their reactions were fast enough, and they quickly retreated. Dang, dang, dang. Clang, 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 clang. Those black shadows all pierced into the ground, making metallic sounds. Soon after, everyone discovered that the lightning-like black shadows were none other than spears. Those long hairs were more than 10 feet long, and they were completely orchids. Strange patterns were carved on them, and there was a layer of light flowing rapidly on them. One could tell at a glance that they were filled with a ferocious aura. Seeing these blue spears, everyone's face darkened. Judging from the aura on them, these spears could definitely pose a threat to them. Lin Xian, on the other hand, frowned because he had sensed a similar aura from before. It seemed that the mysterious energy wave was the unknown threat before him. Sure enough, in the next moment, countless figures rushed from all directions. They held blue spears in their hands and had a fierce aura. Without a doubt, the sneak attack from before was launched by them. However, when the crowd saw those people, they were all stunned because they weren't human. They had the bodies of humans, but they had the heads of shrimps. Their arms were also covered in scales, making them look extremely strange. Damn, are they shrimp soldiers? A few disciples' eyes widened and almost bit their tongues. Elder Song quickly reminded them, "Be careful, these monsters are very strong." Before he finished his reminder, the shrimp soldiers on the opposite side launched a fierce attack. They all gave off blue devil chi and held icy cold spears as they rushed over. These shrimp soldiers were most likely from the devil race and had lived in the sea for a long time, so they were very familiar with the environment and were very agile. However, the disciples from the academy were different. After all, they were fighting underwater, and the seawater was not ordinary seawater. It also contained a terrifying, desolate aura. As such, their combat strength was weaker than on the ground. As such, as soon as they started fighting, some disciples were sent flying. Luckily, there were many seniors in the group. They acted decisively and displayed their powerful combat strength, fighting against the shrimp soldiers. However, there was a limit to the seniors. Soon, a disciple was unable to dodge and was pierced by a blue spear, nailing him to the ground. Blood flowed out, dyeing the seawater red. The battle was very intense, but it ended quickly. After killing a few disciples, The shrimp soldiers quickly swam away and hid in the buildings in the distance. Seeing this, everyone's faces became gloomy. As soon as they entered the Crystal Palace, they were ambushed, and some people even lost their lives. This was not a good sign for them. Everyone be careful. This place is more dangerous than we thought. Elder Song sighed. He had entered the remote sky secret realm twice, so he was very open-minded about life and death. One must know that the remote sky secret realm was not a good place. Death was a common occurrence. They were already very lucky that only a few people died in this battle. However, it was obvious that this was only the first wave of attack. Who knew if the shrimp soldiers, hiding in the dark, would attack again? Lin Xian's face was also solemn. Although the battle was short and he had killed a few shrimp soldiers, he was unable to turn the situation around. Luckily, they had more people on their side. If they really fought with their lives on the line, they would definitely be able to kill the shrimp soldiers. Next, under the lead of Elder Song and the rest, the group set off again. However, they did not walk for long before they met the shrimp soldiers again. This time, the number of shrimp soldiers was much more than before. It was almost the same as the number of disciples from the Immortal Martial Academy. Moreover, what made them even more shocked was that these shrimp soldiers were not only holding icy blue spears, but they were also wearing navy blue armor. They were like an army with a biting, cold, murderous aura. Chapter 1076. At this moment, an even larger shrimp soldier walked over from afar. He was clad in azure armor and carried a blue cape behind his back. He looked mighty and extraordinary, but his huge shrimp head made him look even weirder. The shrimp soldier who looked like a leader walked out and stared coldly at the front. Then he mumbled something in an unknown language. However, this wasn't a human language, so the crowd couldn't understand him. Lin Xian frowned. He didn't know this language either. However, the Crimson Dragon beside him jumped up and said, "Fuck! You dare to be so arrogant in front of me? You must be tired of living." You can understand him? A disciple asked. They were already used to the Crimson Dragon's behavior. Lin Xian looked over and said, "Since you can understand him, then explain it to us." After hearing Lin Xian's words, Ruffian Dragon said angrily, "Damn it! A bunch of shrimp soldiers actually dared to threaten us and say that this place belongs to them. They want us to hand over our treasures and storage rings. Otherwise, they'll kill us without mercy." After hearing this, the crowd's faces darkened. Ruffian Dragon was also furious. "Fuck! You're the first ones who dare to rob me. I'll let you know the consequences of robbing me." The Crimson Dragon roared in anger. After hearing this, the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples were also furious. They glared at the shrimp soldiers. A bunch of shrimp soldiers actually dared to rob them? How audacious! One had to know that they weren't here to be bullied. They were here to find treasures. Tell them to scram. Otherwise, they'll be killed without mercy. Elder Song said in a deep voice. After that, the Crimson Dragon spoke a bunch of gibberish. It was obvious that it passed the message to the shrimp soldiers. After hearing this, the shrimp soldiers were instantly enraged and started to roar. After hearing this, the leader of the shrimp soldiers had a sinister look on his face. The blue demonic chi on his body started to churn. It was obvious that he was enraged by the Crimson Dragon's words. In the next moment, he raised the blue spear in his hand and stabbed it toward Lin Xian and the others. Then he started to utter strange sounds. "Fuck! They're going to attack." The Crimson Dragon stomped his feet in anger. Sure enough, the surrounding prawn soldiers quickly waved their spears, forming a blue light that connected together like a wave, surging towards the group. The shrimp soldier leader also made his move. His terrifying strength shook the surroundings, and it wasn't any weaker than the older generations. Humph! Within the crowd, Dugu Outyin coldly snorted. His tall figure took a step forward. He quickly pulled out the long sword on his back and slashed forward. This sword was extremely sharp. It sliced apart the entire seawater creating a vacuum. Pum! Soon, their attacks collided, and a terrifying energy burst forth. The seawater was torn apart, and the buildings in the surroundings were blasted apart, forming countless powerful shockwaves that forced the students of the Immortal Martial Academy and the prawn soldiers to retreat. When they saw this scene, everyone was shocked and their hearts trembled. They never thought that the shrimp soldier leader would be so powerful to actually be able to contend against Dugu Outyin. It could be said that the scene before them had exceeded their expectations. However, just when these people were in a daze, the prawn soldiers in the surroundings once again rushed over, piercing towards the students of the Immortal Martial Academy. This was the underwater world, and these prawn soldiers had a huge advantage in the sea. However, the students of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't to be trifled with. They were all geniuses and elites from various places, and their combat strength wasn't something that ordinary paragons could compare to. Therefore, when the two sides collided, a huge battle erupted once again. Elder Song roared in anger, and the spiritual energy in his body erupted, forming a huge shockwave that blasted out in all directions. At the same time, he punched out, and a group of prawn soldiers exploded. At this moment, this expert from the older generation was finally enraged. Lin Xian also pulled out the Lone Star sword and quickly waved it. A sword chi surged out, slicing apart the prawn soldiers in front of him. The Crimson Dragon roared in anger. A small prawn soldier actually dared to make a move against him. He was truly courting death. He couldn't tolerate it, so he waved his dragon claws and quickly formed inscriptions in the air, forming a formation that enveloped the surroundings. After that, the prawn soldiers in the surroundings started to fantasize and even started to kill each other. Although the Crimson Dragon hadn't recovered his strength yet, the power of his formation was extremely strange and couldn't be underestimated. They are demonic beasts, and the suppression of their level is very deep. Therefore, if you want to subdue these prawn soldiers, you have to capture that prawn soldier leader first. The Crimson Dragon understood the matters of the demonic beasts very well, so he said in a clear voice. Hearing this, the sword in Dugu Outyen's hand became even sharper, and even wanted to suppress that prawn soldier leader. At this moment, Elder Song also roared, and with a monstrous power he condensed a huge palm of light in the air and grabbed at the prawn soldier leader. This palm's aura was extraordinary and extremely terrifying, and it directly enveloped the prawn soldier leader. Feeling this aura, the prawn soldier leader's expression changed drastically. In the end, he couldn't care about anything else and turned around to escape. Like a ray of blue light, the prawn soldier leader instantly disappeared on the spot and fled into the distance. The huge palm of light in the sky fell, overturning the entire seabed. However, the prawn soldier leader still managed to escape in the end. When the ordinary prawn soldiers in the surroundings saw this scene, they also went crazy and turned into blue light and fled into the distance. Damn little prawns, you can escape quite quickly. If you have the ability, come and fight with me for another 300 rounds. The Crimson Dragon looked at those fleeing figures and was extremely displeased. However, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy heaved a sigh of relief because these prawn soldiers were too ferocious and weren't any weaker than them. Fortunately, the prawn soldier leader had escaped, or else it would have been another fierce battle. However, it wasn't like they didn't have any gains, because Lin Xian had already captured 2 prawn soldiers. When the prawn soldier leader was escaping, he quickly executed the dragon-capturing hands and caught the 2 prawn soldiers. After that, his gaze focused, and his soul spirit quickly entered the prawn soldier leader's mind to search his soul. Not long later, the 2 prawn soldiers foamed at the mouth and fell to the ground, twitching nonstop. On the other hand, Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief. After that, he waved his hand and took out a scroll. He quickly opened it and pasted it on his forehead. His soul spirit gushed out crazily, and all the information that he had previously scouted was imprinted on it. Everyone looked over and waited patiently, because they knew that Lin Xian was an alchemist, and his soul spirit was extremely powerful. Therefore, they had a lot of information about Lin Xian. As expected, not long later, Lin Xian opened his eyes again, and the scroll in his hand floated to everyone. Everyone stretched their necks and looked over. On the scroll there was a map. Seeing the densely packed buildings and passages, everyone gasped in surprise. This building was too vast, and if they didn't have a map, they probably wouldn't be able to walk out in a short period of time. But luckily, Lin Xian knew how to search souls and obtained a map. This would be much more convenient for them in the future. The building in the center should be the Dragon Palace in the prawn soldier's mind. I even searched their souls and found out that in their minds, the Dragon Palace had long existed. And there's something similar to an inheritance inside that can increase the strength of these prawn soldiers. It said that in the past, there were prawn soldiers who entered the Dragon Palace and obtained great fortune. Lin Xian slowly said, "This information was obtained from the two prawn soldiers' minds." Chapter 1077. On the other hand, Elder Song and the other elders frowned slightly. Lin Xian sighed. "I don't know if it's the legendary Dragon Palace, but I know from the shrimp soldiers' minds that the Dragon Palace is their holy land. Also, the shrimp soldier clan isn't the only one in this sea. There are other sea demons as well. For example, the giant crab tribe, the Xian turtle tribe, and so on." Lin Xian's words made everyone frown because they realized that the sea was more dangerous than they had imagined. Just the shrimp soldiers were enough to put them in danger. Who knew what the other sea tribes were like? Needless to say, they were definitely not weaker than the shrimp soldiers. However, it was impossible for everyone to give up. After all, the building in the middle was called the Dragon Palace, although they did not know if it was related to the legendary Dragon Palace. It was definitely not a simple place for the shrimp soldiers to worship. Moreover, everyone guessed that the spiritual energy fluctuation they sensed was probably coming from the Dragon Palace. After a heated discussion, everyone decided to go and take a look. They came here to look for opportunities, and opportunities usually contained great danger. They knew this better than anyone else. Therefore, when they heard the news about the Dragon Palace, they did not hesitate but nodded firmly and decided to go. Lin Xian naturally had no objections. He was also very curious about the so-called Dragon Palace. Even if these people did not go, he would find an excuse to go alone. However, it seemed that he did not need to waste so much effort. It was better to follow the team. With the result, the group did not delay any longer and hurried on. Due to Elder Song and the other seniors' strong combat power, the surrounding shrimp soldiers did not come up for a while. It seemed that these shrimp soldiers were also intelligent. They knew how to bully the weak and fear the strong. When they met a strong human, they did not dare to attack. Many seniors discussed quickly. They felt that the rules of the underwater world were no different from the rules on land. After quickly passing through the shrimp soldiers' area, everyone breathed a sigh of relief and hurried on. At this moment, there was a low vibration in front of them, and there was a surging spiritual energy fluctuation. "There's a fight." Many disciples were shocked. The seniors frowned because they sensed that the sharp fluctuation belonged to a human's aura. "Someone is ahead of us." The expressions of the elders turned ugly. Could it be someone from another sect? "You want to get close to the Dragon Palace?" "That should be it. Let's go quickly. We can't let them succeed." The group of people was very anxious and could not help but speed up. Lin Xian also sent out his soul force, trying to sense the situation ahead. If they continued forward, they would leave the shrimp soldiers' territory and enter the giant crab tribe. The giant crab tribe was even more terrifying than the shrimp tribe. They were incomparably huge and powerful, as if they were the overlords of the sea. At this moment, the Cancer tribe was fighting with the human team. Furthermore, from the looks of it, the battle was extremely intense. The gigantic crab's pincers danced in the air as it launched a fierce attack at the humans. The human team was also very strange. Although they had human bodies, there were two illusory bird heads on both sides of their shoulders. They looked very ferocious. If someone was here, they would definitely scream, because this group of humans was from the Divine Bird Palace. However, these people from the Divine Bird Palace were obviously met with great resistance. Although they were also demons, they were not good at attacking underwater. Therefore, at this moment, facing the attacks of the Cancer Tribe, they could only passively defend and were unable to cause any destructive damage to the other party. Just as the Divine Bird Palace and the Cancer Tribe were engaged in an intense battle, the Immortal Martial Academy team arrived at the back. So it's the Divine Bird Palace. Elder Song and the rest looked ahead and squinted their eyes. At the same time, they heaved a sigh of relief in their hearts. Although the Divine Bird Palace was powerful, it was only a 6th grade sect. It was still slightly inferior to a king clan. On the other hand, they were a true king clan force. Therefore, if both parties were to fight for the Dragon Palace, they would have a higher chance of winning. On the other hand, Lin Xian frowned as he looked at those figures. To be honest, he did not have a good impression of the Divine Bird Palace. Previously, both parties were sworn enemies. Moreover, not long ago in Wind-Seeking City, those people from the Divine Bird Palace had also slandered him. It could be said that both parties were like fire and water. If he met them alone, Lin Xian would definitely not let them go. However, now that he was with the Immortal Martial Academy, it was not good for him to do anything out of line. However, he still snorted coldly. The Divine Bird Palace naturally saw the people from the Immortal Martial Academy. At the same time, they also saw Lin Xian. However, this was obviously not the time to bear grudges. Soon, an elder from the Divine Bird Palace shouted, "So it's the Immortal Martial Academy. You guys came at the right time. Quickly join forces with us and defeat the Cancer Tribe." They were unable to fully utilize their advantage underwater. Therefore, it was a headache to deal with the Cancer Tribe. However, they did not expect to meet the people from the Immortal Martial Academy. Of course, they would ask for help and join forces. As for seizing the Dragon Palace, they would talk about it after they defeated the Cancer Tribe and were safe. Elder Song and the other elders discussed quickly and finally decided to lend a hand. This was because they were also unable to fully utilize their combat strength underwater. Moreover, from the scene just now, the Cancer Tribe was even more difficult to deal with than the Shrimp Tribe. Therefore, they decided to join forces with the Divine Bird Palace. Speaking of which, the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace were not easy to deal with. This was because in the matter of the War God Palace, the Divine Bird Palace supported the Vice Palace Lord. On the other hand, the people from the Immortal Martial Academy were unwavering in their support of the true Palace Lord of the War God Palace. Therefore, both sides could be said to be opposing sides. However, they were now in the underwater world. In the face of such danger, they could not care about anything else. They could only join forces first. Soon, Elder Song and the rest led the disciples from the Immortal Martial Academy up the stairs. However, this time, Lin Xian did not rush up. Instead, his speed was very slow. He was even at the back of the group. He would not join forces with the people from the Divine Bird Palace. Although Lin Xian was not going to deal with them, it did not mean that he would help them. Following behind the group, Lin Xian acted like a bystander. At the same time, he expanded his soul force and quickly scanned the surroundings. The dark, red divine dragon also followed beside him. He did not have a good impression of the three-headed birds. Woo, woo, woo. The little snow monkey also jumped out. Its big gem-like eyes looked around in a daze. In the next moment, it sat on Lin Xian's shoulder and started to take out spiritual fruits to eat. Lin Xian was having a leisurely time. However, the situation at the front was not. The Cancer Tribe was extremely powerful. Therefore, both sides are going all out. Chapter 1078. This slash was extremely sharp. Moreover, the seniors were very experienced. Every slash was able to hit the vital points of the giant scorpion tribe. They would either severely injure the giant scorpion tribe or kill it directly. Instead, the confidence of the Divine Bird Palace was greatly boosted. One of the elders was dressed in purple, and even his hair was purple. He shouted coldly. The two bird heads on his shoulders became more solid. At the same time, streaks of lightning appeared on his body, making him look like a thunder god. With a wave of his hand, chains of lightning crisscrossed. The crackling sound spread throughout the sea. In an instant, the surrounding area became a sea of lightning. Countless streaks of purple lightning struck in all directions. The two major powers joined forces and attacked with all their might. Soon, the giant scorpion tribe was forced to retreat. This time the elder from the divine bird palace said loudly, "Everyone, why don't we kill our way through in one go?" "All right." Elder Song and the rest nodded. They had the same idea too. This was an excellent opportunity for them to join forces and unleash their full strength. Otherwise, it would be difficult for the immortal Martial Academy to get through the giant scorpion tribe alone. Seeing that the immortal Martial Academy had agreed, the divine bird palace was excited. They quickly said, the giant scorpion tribe was extremely strong and hard to deal with. However, their speed shouldn't be too fast. We should charge with all our might and leave them far behind. We just need to leave this place quickly. Hearing this, the elders and the rest nodded. They also realized that the giant scorpion tribe was extremely strong. However, their agility was much weaker than the prawn tribe. Therefore, they quickly agreed to this suggestion. The two sides joined forces and sped up. The elders opened up a path in front, forming a powerful combat force. They forcefully opened up a bloody path through the giant scorpion tribe. Behind them, the giant scorpion tribe roared crazily. However, their huge bodies were greatly hindered by the sea. Their speed was far slower than Lin Xian and the rest. Therefore, they could only watch as they left. They couldn't catch up at all. After successfully leaving the giant scorpion tribe's territory, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Many of them patted their chests in excitement because they were one step closer to the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian followed behind the group without any expression. According to his soul force, there were other sea demons behind the giant scorpion tribe. It wouldn't be easy to get close to the Dragon Palace. However, at this moment, the dark red divine dragon was extremely excited. "Brat, do you feel it? This power is very strong." Lin Xian nodded. Indeed, he felt an obscure yet powerful force coming from the front. Needless to say, it came from the Dragon Palace. At this moment, Zero spoke for the first time. What a powerful force! When Lin Xian heard this, he raised his eyebrows and asked, "Zero, do you need this power?" "I don't need it for now, but I think it's better to give it to you. Don't worry, I will fully support you this time. Your current strength is too weak. You can't leave this world at all. You have to quickly increase your strength and reach Alchemy Ancestor as soon as possible." With Zero's assurance, Lin Xian's lips curled into a smile. He knew that even if the two sides were to fight, his chances of winning were higher. One had to know that Zero could control the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, which was an Earth-rank treasure. Although it could only release a trace of its power, it was not something an ordinary warrior could contend with. Just as Lin Xian and Zero were talking, Elder Song and the Elder of the Divine Bird Palace were also communicating quickly. Finally, they decided to set off again. The Xian Turtle Clan is in front. Their defense is even more terrifying than the Giant Crab Clan, so try not to get entangled with them. Hearing Elder Song's words, everyone nodded quickly to show that they understood. Then, everyone moved forward carefully and entered the territory of the Xian Turtle Clan. Not long after, they found a Xian turtle. This Xian turtle was as tall as a person. It carried a huge turtle shell on its back. It glowed with a faint green light and was covered with various patterns. When everyone saw this Xian turtle, their eyes lit up. The two elders and disciples in the front row quickly surrounded the Xian turtle and beat it up. However, What shocked everyone was that the Xian turtle's limbs and head shrunk and hid inside the green turtle shell. But it didn't dare to do so. It actually blocked all the attacks. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked. That kind of attack could tear apart a fourth-level honorable realm in an instant, but the Xian turtle could withstand it. It was too shocking. Lin Xian was also shocked. He did not expect the Xian turtle to be so strong. It was beyond his expectations. If the Xian turtle's shell was used as armor, it would be extremely hard. In front, the Xian turtle took advantage of everyone's shock and quickly fled into the distance. The elders sighed and did not chase after it. However, a disciple of the divine bird palace revealed a ferocious smile and quickly chased after it. He wanted to catch the Xian turtle and use its shell as a defensive armor. In that case, his defense would be greatly improved and even surpass a warrior of the same level. However, seeing this scene, the elder of the divine bird palace's expression changed. He quickly shouted for the disciple to return. The disciple was also stunned, but the greed in his heart made him continue to chase. In front, the Xian turtle sensed the scene and was very angry. It let out a whimper. Then it suddenly turned its head, stretched out its head, and bit the neck of the divine bird palace disciple. Crack! Blood burst out and dyed the sea red. A head fell to the ground. The Xian turtle let out another whimper and swam into the distance. Seeing this scene, everyone was shocked and their scalps went numb. They did not expect the Xian turtle's attack to be so terrifying. Damn it, the Xian turtles had insane defense and terrifying attack. They were simply invincible. Indeed, they were too difficult to deal with. They were even more terrifying than those giant crabs. No wonder they were so close to the Dragon Palace. They were indeed a powerful race. By now, everyone had realized that this area had a strict hierarchy. The closer the race was to the Dragon Palace, the stronger they were. However, no matter how powerful they were, it could not stop them from wanting to enter the Dragon Palace. Therefore, they reorganized the team and set off forward. Not long after, they encountered another Xian turtle and a great battle broke out. Just like that, everyone moved forward, little by little. Lin Xian stayed at the back and did not make a move, because with his powerful soul power, he sensed that a powerful Xian turtle was coming this way. Sure enough, not long after, the seawater in front of them fluctuated and formed an undercurrent that gathered in their direction. A terrifying and powerful force quickly surged over. The Xian turtle was very terrifying. Its body was not very big, only about 2 meters. However, the demonic aura on its body was monstrous. It had long surpassed a 4th layer venerable and was even close to a 6th layer venerable. Obviously, he was a 5-star demon general at the 5th heavenly layer of the Exalt realm. Chapter 1079. Although they were 6th heaven venerables, they did not dare to be careless at this moment because the other party's defense was too strong. Even they might not be able to break through it. This wasn't good news for them. Moreover, not only was there this huge divine turtle around, but there were also other black turtles that were quickly gathering. An elder of the Bird Craftsman Palace attacked the huge black turtle. The black turtle leader turned around and faced the crowd with its huge turtle shell. Soon, the beam of light hit the turtle shell. Otherwise, it would have spat out strange syllables from its mouth. Under everyone's shocked gazes, the 2-meter-tall turtle shell once again emitted a terrifying light. The patterns on it became clear and emitted a strange power. Bang! The light palm from the elder of the divine bird palace was quickly reflected back. Moreover, the power was even stronger than before. The elder of the divine bird palace was sent flying by the reflected light palm and spat out a large mouthful of blood. Seeing this scene, everyone was completely stunned. What was going on? They had never seen anything like this before. In the end, a disciple screamed, "Fuck, rebound, this guy can actually rebound." Hearing this, everyone's expressions turned ugly. They did not expect the black turtle leader to have such a unique skill. It could actually rebound their attacks. A few elders did not believe it and quickly tried to test it. In the end, their attacks were all reflected by the huge turtle shell. Seeing this, everyone's expressions turned gloomy and ugly, because they realized that they could not do anything to this powerful black turtle. However, they also had an advantage. Their only advantage was that they had more people. As long as they surrounded the black turtle and attacked it head-on, it would be fine. Elder Song and the elders of the divine bird palace discussed and decided to attack. However, before they could do anything, a terrifying and deep voice suddenly came from the depths of the sea. Accompanying it was an aura that made one's heart tremble. One of them was a monstrous, demonic aura, as if a peerless demon with horns had awakened. Moreover, what shocked everyone was that the demonic aura carried the same aura as the black turtles in front of them. Needless to say, it was a powerhouse of the Xian turtle clan. The other one was a human powerhouse because the sharp aura was very pure. However, it was extremely terrifying and seemed to be stronger than Elder Song and the others. This aura was very close to a seventh heaven venerable. Many people exclaimed when they sensed the situation in front of them. Elder Song and the others also frowned. They did not expect such a powerhouse to appear in front of them. This was an existence that was even stronger than them. Moreover, what made them even more worried was that they did not know which faction the other party was from. Lin Xian also frowned because he did not expect such a powerful figure to appear at this time. Another thing was that he didn't expect the Xian turtle clan to have such a terrifying expert. Fortunately, these two terrifying figures seemed to be fighting at this moment. The black tortoise leader, who was more than 2 meters tall, heard this voice and his expression changed drastically. He let out a long howl and quickly swam away with the surrounding black tortoises, as if he was going to provide support. And the elders of the Celestial Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace. This was because they couldn't take down these black tortoises in a short period of time. Moreover, the two auras in front of them were too terrifying, causing his heart to palpitate. Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. He used the blood shadow doppelganger to leave a doppelganger behind, while his real body used the heaven-changing technique to blend into the sea and quickly followed. The dark red divine dragon and the snow-white monkey were also with him. Everyone was paying attention to the situation in front of them. Lin Xian was at the back of the group, so no one noticed this abnormality. The Xian turtle leader turned and entered a building, disappearing in front of everyone's eyes. However, just as he turned around, a deep dragon roar suddenly sounded, causing his body to tremble. At the same time, a strong sense of fear rose from the bottom of his heart. It was not over yet. A white furry ball suddenly appeared in front of his eyes. In the next moment, he saw a furry paw slap his face. Then he fainted. As if he was drunk, he could not exert any strength at all. Now he could not move his body. His head was dizzy and his soul power was sluggish. However, at this moment, a black cauldron appeared in front of him. All kinds of birds and beasts flew around it quickly, as if they were real. Thousand Beast Cauldron, Soul Control! Accompanied by a deep and cold voice, a black light shot out from the Thousand Beast Cauldron and entered between the Xian turtle leader's eyebrows. Feeling this inexplicable power enter his mind, the Xian turtle leader's body trembled. He revealed a ferocious expression as if he wanted to resist. However, he underestimated this black light. This was the 1,000-life cauldron, the power of an Earth-tier artifact. He could not resist at all. After a moment of stalemate, he stopped in place with a dull look in his eyes. Seeing this, Lin Xian also breathed a sigh of relief. The reason he took action was because he learned about the 1,000-beast cauldron from his conversation with Zero. It was not just a cauldron for alchemy. It had a more magical effect. That was beast control. After Zero's explanation, Lin Xian finally understood why this black cauldron was called the 1,000-beast cauldron. It was because the 1,000-beast cauldron could control all kinds of powerful beasts in ancient times. The black light just now was cast by Lin Xian with Zero's help. It was a kind of spell to control beasts. Of course, it consumed a lot of his soul power. However, seeing the scene before him, he felt that it was all worth it. Kneel! Lin Xian looked at the Xian turtle leader in front of him and said, coldly. In the next moment, the Xian turtle leader suddenly knelt down very respectfully. Seeing this, Lin Xian smiled. As expected of the 1,000-beast cauldron, it was really mysterious. All right, get up and do what you wanted to do before. Lin Xian waved and said in a deep voice. In the next moment, the Xian turtle leader quickly stood up. His eyes regained their clarity. He looked deeply at Lin Xian with infinite respect. Soon he swam into the distance. Lin Xian was not worried at all. This was because the 1,000-beast cauldron was very magical. The black light just now was one of its moves, called soul control. All the demonic beasts that were under this kind of soul control would listen to Lin Xian's orders. Moreover, their behavior was exactly the same as before, so no one would be able to discover them. Therefore, Lin Xian was very relieved. Looking at the disappearing figure, Lin Xian smiled with satisfaction. Then he quickly returned to the team with the dark red divine dragon and the snow-white little monkey. After returning silently, Lin Xian recalled his blood shadow doppelganger and quickly looked around. He found that the surrounding disciples were nervously watching the situation in front of them. No one noticed his abnormality. Chapter 1080. Terrifying sounds could be heard from time to time in front of them, accompanied by terrifying shockwaves of energy. It was obvious that the two powerful beings were fighting. Suddenly, a furious roar came from the front. Then, everyone saw a mountain-like figure appear, quickly. The figure was too terrifying. It was like a huge mountain, and it carried monstrous demonic qi that swept out in all directions. It's the Xian Turtle Clan's expert. Seeing the scene, everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. Fortunately, they didn't follow them. Otherwise, they would be in danger now. The Xian turtle was too terrifying. None of them could resist it. However, after the huge Xian turtle appeared, another strange sound came from the front. A void sky eye suddenly appeared in the sky, and it looked down on the world with a cold expression. The eye was very illusory, and it carried an aura that made one's heart palpitate. When the two illusory figures appeared, Elder Song and the others in the distance were immediately shocked. They even stopped in their tracks and looked ahead with a solemn expression. Some of the weaker disciples had already begun to tremble. The Xian Turtle Clan's expert was too terrifying. Its mountain-like body began to move, and it launched fierce attacks. Every attack could tear apart heaven and earth, and it carried a supreme aura as it bombarded the front. Fortunately, they were at the bottom of the sea, and the surrounding seawater could reduce the pressure. Otherwise, just this energy alone would definitely be able to destroy a city. Moreover, it would be a super city. However, the human figure was not afraid in the face of such powerful attacks. The void sky eye flickered above. At the same time, the human figure below was also releasing dazzling light. Relying on this light, everyone realized that the human figure was actually a woman. Although they couldn't see her face clearly, her exquisite figure was obvious. The woman waved her jade-like hands, and mysterious seals appeared one after another to control the void sky eye above her. Then, the void sky eye above her released a silver-white light that slashed forward like a sharp blade. Wherever the silver light passed, the seawater was split open, and a huge vacuum appeared. However, this wasn't shocking because Elder Song and the others could also split open the seawater. What caused them to be truly shocked was that when the silver ray of light struck the enormous black tortoiseshell, it actually pierced through it. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned. All of them widened their eyes in disbelief. After all, that was the Xian Turtle Clan. Moreover, it was an expert from the Xian Turtle Clan. The other party's defense was definitely extremely strong. Perhaps even a seventh heaven venerable might not be able to break through it. However, at that moment, his opponent had actually managed to blast open that sturdy turtle shell and injure that expert from the Xian turtle clan. This was simply inconceivable. Thinking of this, everyone looked at the virtual sky eye in the sky with terrified expressions. What exactly was that eyeshadow? How could it be so powerful? The Xian turtle clan's expert roared furiously after being pierced by the light. His voice shook the heavens as he launched a fierce counterattack. Boundless seawater gathered and surged forward like a ferocious water dragon. In an instant, the space in front of him was completely covered. The water dragon roared, bringing with it a world-destroying aura as it rushed forward. This moment was truly too terrifying. However, the human woman only coldly snorted. Her entire body blossomed with dazzling light. Then, she once again activated the void sky eye in the sky, forming a huge vortex above her. In the next instant, the seawater in the sky was sucked into the vortex and entered the illusory eye. It absorbed such a powerful attack. In the distance, Elder Song and the others were also stunned when they saw the scene. Lin Xian's expression was also grave as he stared intently ahead. This was because the void sky eye in the sky gave him a very familiar feeling. However, he couldn't recall it at the moment. In front of him, the void sky eye opened and formed a devouring power that frantically devoured the endless seawater. However, although it was able to devour most of it, some of it still overflowed and blasted onto the human woman. Instantly, the human woman was forced back a few steps. Damn it. If it weren't for the fact that the void sky eye consumes so much energy, I would have killed this bastard long ago. The human woman muttered to herself. This scene had already stunned Elder Song and the others. Such a powerful attack had only forced her back a few steps. She wasn't injured at all. This was simply too inconceivable. Who was this woman? How could she be so powerful at such a young age? Could she be a disciple of a sovereign clan? But that shouldn't be the case. The martial arts she used were completely different from those sovereign clans' martial arts. Elder Song and the others discussed among themselves, their faces filled with confusion. However, Lin Xian was extremely shocked. With his outstanding soul power, he finally saw the other party's appearance clearly. However, after taking a look, he was immediately stunned. This was because he recognized this woman. It could be said that he was extremely familiar with her. This was because this human woman was none other than Zhao Shui, who had left the Xia country with him back then. However, he didn't expect her strength to increase by leaps and bounds after not seeing her for such a long time. She had reached an unbelievable level. Moreover, he also recognized the void sky eye. It was a stone eyeball that Zhao Shui had obtained back then. He had also studied it before. The shape of the void sky eye was exactly the same as that stone eyeball. This was why he felt that the void sky eye looked familiar when he saw it earlier. At this moment, Elder Song and the others were about to step forward and provide support. "Friend, do you need help?" Elder Song asked loudly. "No need." Zhao Shui's cold gaze swept over Elder Song and the others. Then, she coldly turned her head and began to fight with the Xian turtle expert again. After that, Zhao Shui waved her jade-like hand and controlled the void sky eye to shoot out a shocking ray of light that pierced through the Xian turtle expert's body. This time, the ray of light was even more terrifying than before. It directly pierced through the Xian turtle expert's body and almost pierced through his heart. The Xian turtle expert trembled with fear and didn't dare to continue fighting. His body turned into a ray of light and fled into the distance. Zhao Shui didn't chase after him because the void sky eye consumed a lot of energy. "May I ask for your name? Which sect do you come from?" Elder Song quickly asked after he had finished speaking. This was because they were too shocked. They had never heard of someone with such strength at such a young age. "Zhao Shui, from the Void Sky School." Her voice was ice cold as she quickly swept her gaze over Elder Song and the others. Although Zhao Shui was powerful, Elder Song and the others weren't weak either. Moreover, there were many of them. Their strength couldn't be ignored. Zhao Shui, De Go Aotian, Li Yunfei, and the others whispered, remembering this name. The eyes of the Divine Bird Palace's disciples also lit up as they stared at Zhao Shui. There was nothing they could do. She was too beautiful. However, they had never heard of the Void Sky School. Chapter 1081. Xiantian School. Hearing that name, everyone was startled. They had never heard of that name in the Tianwu continent. Could it be some ancient sect? Everyone guessed. As for Lin Xian, he frowned. His expression was gloomy. Just now, Zhao Shui's gaze had swept over him. However, there was no expression on her face. It was as if she was looking at a stranger. That shocked him. He didn't dare to believe it. It had to be known that his relationship with Zhao Shui was extremely good. There was no reason for her to not recognize him. Furthermore, that cold expression didn't seem to be an act. Damn it! Did something happen to Zhao Shui? Did she lose her memory? Lin Xian guessed. He couldn't have mistaken her for someone else. Furthermore, she was also called Zhao Shui. Furthermore, he was very familiar with that eye technique. Thus, he was certain that this woman was his old friend. However, she didn't recognize him. That meant that something must have happened to her that caused her to lose her memory. No, I have to find an opportunity to ask her. Lin Xian took a deep breath. He didn't have many friends, and Zhao Shui was undoubtedly one of them. He didn't rashly go up. He decided to observe for a while longer and find an opportunity to ask her. While everyone was discussing, Zhao Shui turned around and flew inside. Everyone looked at each other. Then they clenched their teeth and followed. Not long after, they were shocked. There was a palace in front of them. That palace was extremely grand, far surpassing the surrounding buildings. There were two huge black tortoise statues on both sides of the palace. They seemed real, and they gave off an ancient aura. Zhao Shui stood in front of the palace. She frowned slightly and coldly said to the people behind her, "The things in this palace are mine. You can do whatever you want with the rest." Her voice was cold and even contained a trace of dominance. Everyone was silent. However, their gazes were fiery as they stared ahead. However, no one dared to go up. Elder Song and the others' gazes flickered. In the end, they clenched their teeth and didn't go up. That Xiantian I was too terrifying. None of them were confident that they could withstand the Void Sky Eye. Moreover, the expert of the Xian Turtle Clan had been driven away by this woman, so this palace ought to belong to her. Based on the above 2 points, Elder Song and the people of Divine Bird Palace did not make a move. However, there was more than one palace here. Therefore, everyone was only envious for a moment before dispersing in all directions. Although they couldn't get the best one, they wouldn't let go of the other treasures. The Xian Turtle Clan was very powerful and was very close to the Dragon Palace. There might be some treasures hidden here. Lin Xian smiled when he saw that everyone was going to search for treasures. In terms of strength, he was not the strongest here. However, in terms of control over the Xian Turtle Clan, no one could compare to him. Although he was the same as the others and had never been here before, not long ago he controlled a black tortoise. Moreover, it was a leader-level black tortoise. Based on the black tortoise leader's understanding of this place, it was definitely in control. Therefore, Lin Xian was not worried about the treasure hunt at all. Secretly controlling the 1,000 Beast Cauldron, Lin Xian contacted the black tortoise leader he controlled. Soon, through the black tortoise leader, he learned of a secret treasure location. With a flash, Lin Xian took the dark red dragon and the snow-white monkey and quickly flew into the distance. After passing through many pavilions and buildings, he saw the black tortoise leader he controlled. Under the guidance of the black tortoise leader, Lin Xian entered a 6-story pavilion. This pavilion was octagonal, like a pagoda, standing there. On the first floor, there were 6 black tortoise guards. In the future, this would be an important place for the Chien turtle clan. However, with the black tortoise leader, the 6 black tortoises were quickly sent away. Without the guards guarding the door, Lin Xian moved quickly. He turned into a sword light and instantly rushed in. There were many restrictions on the way, but there was no need for the dark red dragon to do anything. He controlled the black tortoise leader and quickly broke them all. After entering, Lin Xian's eyes lit up because he smelled an extremely rich spiritual medicine. Damn, what a rich fragrance! The dark red dragon was drooling. The snow-white monkey also cheered. Its big eyes narrowed into crescents. Its body swayed and turned into a white light, flying into the distance. Damn, leave some for me. Lin Xian did not dare to tarry when he saw the frenzied looks on the 2 of them. He quickly executed his movement skill and dashed forward. Bang! The door of a secret room was opened. This was a medicine garden. It was about 2 acres, but it was filled with all kinds of spiritual medicine. Light flowed on it, emitting an extremely rich fragrance. When Lin Xian saw it, he sucked in a breath of cold air because these were all precious spiritual medicine. They were absolutely rare, and many of them were extinct in the outside world. I'm rich, I'm rich. Lin Xian cheered. As an alchemist, he was even more interested in spiritual medicine. With these top-grade spiritual medicine, he could refine all kinds of precious elixirs. What are you looking at? Hurry up and do it. The dark red dragon was crazy, drooling. On the other side, the snow-white monkey was making a few noises. Lin Xian did not dare to delay. In order to increase his speed, he even used the thunderstorm wings. Together with the illusory demonic steps, his speed reached the extreme. However, he did not collect all of them. Instead, he collected the best ones. Every time he took action, it was an extremely precious spiritual medicine. Hey, purple thunder flower, I need it. Whirlpool flower, golden thread grass. Lin Xian was overjoyed. Most of the spiritual medicine here were what he needed. One had to know that he had countless elixir recipes, among which there was no lack of rare ancient elixir recipes. However, although he had elixir recipes, he did not have any spiritual medicine. In other words, he could only watch. However, he was no longer a child. The spiritual medicine in front of him were all top grade and could help him refine countless precious elixirs. Perhaps there were other treasures in the huge palace, but for Lin Xian, this was the best. In the medicine garden, Lin Xian's body flashed quickly and collected the spiritual medicine. Because there was no restriction, the fragrance of the medicine wafted out and immediately attracted a few warriors nearby. Near the pavilion, there were a few disciples of the divine bird palace. They investigated for a while but did not find anything special. Originally, they wanted to leave. However, suddenly a fragrance wafted over. After smelling it, the disciples suddenly widened their eyes. It smells so good. This is a spiritual medicine. Yes, and it's not an ordinary spiritual medicine. It's definitely a top-grade spiritual medicine. The disciples looked at each other and saw the passion in each other's eyes. Let's go and have a look. Haha, we're rich this time. We must be ahead of everyone. Chapter 1082. Spiritual medicine. This is a supreme grade spiritual medicine. The disciples of the divine bird palace were overjoyed when they discovered the situation. Let's move quickly. We have to occupy this place as soon as possible. We can't let others find out, especially those from the Immortal Martial Academy. The few of them were excited. They chased after the aura and flew quickly. Soon, they arrived at the front of the pavilion. It's here, let's go in. The few of them did not hesitate and quickly entered the pavilion. They were very fast and soon saw the herb garden, full of supreme grade spiritual medicine. Damn, so many spiritual medicine. We're rich, we're really rich this time. These spiritual medicine could not be found in the outside world. Each of them could be sold for a sky-high price. They were extremely precious. The disciples of the divine bird palace were very excited. Their eyes were red, and they rushed forward crazily. However, before they could get close, they were blocked by a few black tortoise guards. Damn, there are people from the Black Tortoise clan here. After being blocked, the few of them were furious, and their faces were very ugly. Because they had been unimpeded all the way, they thought that there was no one guarding this place. However, they did not expect to be blocked by a black tortoise just as they approached the herb garden. They couldn't accept it. How could they accept it? There are 4 of us, and only 3 of them. As long as we attack with all our might, we can definitely get through. A disciple of the divine bird palace said quickly. The other 3 nodded and then attacked with all their might. However, they still underestimated the Black Tortoise clan. After fighting for a while, they could not get through at all. They even wanted to use their speed advantage to leave the black tortoises behind, but it did not happen in the end. Because the space here was small, it was not convenient for them to use their movement techniques. Damn it, these black tortoises are so difficult to deal with. Damn, I'm so angry. The treasure is right in front of us, but we can't get it. Who can understand this feeling? I'm going crazy. The 4 disciples of the divine bird palace were going crazy. At this moment, one of them widened his eyes and pointed in front of him in disbelief. He looked as if he had seen a ghost, and his eyes almost popped out. That was because he had discovered a figure in the premium herb garden who was rapidly harvesting spiritual herbs. Damn, look, there's someone! The disciple screamed. Someone? Stop joking. How can there be someone in there? We're so powerful, and we can't get in. How can others go in? Unless it's a senior figure. Yes, but when we came here, we didn't find any traces of the older generation. Are you so mad that you're hallucinating? The other 3 disciples of the divine bird palace didn't believe him. However, when they turned to look inside, they were all stunned. Fuck your grandpa, what's going on? Fuck. There's really someone. Motherfucker, he's not from the older generation. Seeing this scene, the 4 disciples of Sacred Bird Palace were completely stunned. They stood there motionlessly. That was because they discovered that the figure in front of them was not someone from the older generation. However, this was not the most shocking thing. What shocked them the most was that they actually discovered something else. Fuck, what did I just see? A snake, a red snake. How did it get in? Oh, my eyes are going blind. Why is there a furry thing? Who can tell me how the 3 of them got in? The disciples of the divine bird palace were dumbfounded because they couldn't figure out how the other party got in. After all, the 4 of them couldn't blast away the other party's 3 black turtles, even after risking their lives. At this time, inside the herb garden, the dark red dragon also turned around and looked at the 4 figures outside the door. He quickly said, "Hey, there are 4 little reptiles coming." Lin Xian didn't even turn his head. He quickly said, "Ignore them. Hurry up and pick them. We'll leave as soon as we're done." He wasn't worried at all because with the black turtles, those people couldn't enter at all. By the time those elders came in, he had already finished plucking the fruits. Therefore, Lin Xian ignored the 4 disciples of the divine bird palace outside. The dark red dragon turned around and revealed a very disdainful smile. He then extended his dragon claw and looked down on them. Seeing this, the faces of the 4 disciples of the divine bird palace outside suddenly turned green. Motherfucker, what is he doing? How dare he look down on me? Stinky reptile, come out. Believe it or not, I'll kill you in minutes. I can't stand it, I can't stand it. I'm going to kill them. The 4 of them were going crazy. When had they ever been looked down on? Moreover, the other party was a snake. However, they couldn't beat the 3 black turtles in front of them, so they could only vomit blood in anger. Hey, that's not right. Why aren't the 3 of them attacked? After messing around for a while, the 4 of them calmed down and looked inside with a suspicious look. It was because it was too strange. The 3 black turtles attacked them when they saw them, but they didn't attack the 3 people inside. It was too strange. Damn it, Don't these black turtles have bad eyesight? Can't they see the situation behind them? No, let's draw the attention of the black turtles and let them attack the kid inside. We'll take advantage of the chaos to go in. The four of them discussed and acted again. However, no matter how hard they struggled, the three black turtles ignored Lin Xian and didn't respond at all. Oh God, can someone tell me what's going on? Are these three black turtles blind? Damn it, there are three big people inside. You don't fight them, but target the four of us. Are you crazy? Are you crazy? The four of them were going crazy because there were top-grade spiritual herbs inside. Every one of them was a heaven-defying treasure. However, they were so close, but they could only watch helplessly. This was definitely a scene that would make one vomit blood. Don't try anymore. It's useless. There might be a special restriction inside that prevents these black turtles from entering. One of them said. Hearing this, the other three fell silent because this was the only explanation that could explain the situation in front of them. Then what should we do? Are we going to give up just like that? Let that kid take advantage of us? They didn't recognize Lin Xian because at this moment, Lin Xian is maintaining a high-speed state, leaving behind afterimages. So, it's normal that they didn't recognize Lin Xian. Otherwise, if they knew it was Lin Xian, they would vomit blood even more. Give up just like that? Impossible. Let's lure more black turtles and block this door. Let's see how this kid comes out later. We can't let anyone else get what we can't get. One of the disciples revealed a sinister smile. Go and take a look in the distance. See if you can lure other black tortoises over. Soon, the disciples of the divine bird palace moved and flew inside. Not long after, they lured 3 more black turtles. 6 black turtles wandered around the herb garden, while the 4 disciples of the divine bird palace retreated to the side and waited with sneers on their faces. Chapter 1083. Humph! How dare you steal our things? Let's see how you'll die this time. The 4 disciples of divine bird palace smiled sinisterly. In the premium herb garden, Lin Xian and the dark red dragon quickly picked the herbs. Before long, they were done. At this moment, there were only a few scattered spiritual herbs left in the garden. Lin Xian and the other 2 didn't care for these. Forget it, don't pick them. Leave some for the Xian turtle tribe. Lin Xian touched his storage ring and said with a smile, Well, then be merciful and leave some for them. The dark red dragon stopped picking after hearing that. The little white monkey also swished back to Lin Xian's shoulder and nodded. If there were experts from the Xian turtle tribe here, they would definitely vomit blood. Leave some. Fuck, leave some for us. This is all ours, okay? Even the Xian turtle leader's mouth twitched. However, he was already under Lin Xian's control, so he couldn't resist at all. Well, it's about time. Let's go to the next place to search for treasures. Lin Xian clapped his hands in satisfaction. With a flash of his body, he headed to the next location. Outside, the 4 disciples of Divine Bird Palace hid in the dark and stared at the entrance of the herb garden. Suddenly, their expressions changed, and they became excited. Damn, they're out. They're really out. Humph, let's see how you'll die this time. The few of them sneered. In their opinion, the 6 black tortoises were too powerful. It was impossible for Lin Xian's team to resist them. Haha, I'd like to see what this kid can do. What can he do? He's dead for sure. The 6 Xian turtles are absolutely powerful. That kid can't resist. Humph, he deserves it. Who told him to steal our things? The 4 of them discussed quickly as if they had already seen the result they wanted. However, in the next moment, their eyeballs almost fell out because they saw a figure calmly walk out of the herb garden and stride past the 6 Xian turtle guards. The 6 Xian turtle guards were like statues and didn't react at all. Damn it, what's going on? Damn it, are the 6 Xian turtles dead? Why aren't they responding at all? These people were completely stunned. It was as if 10,000 alpacas were running through their minds. This was too strange. They thought that when the other party came out, they would definitely be surrounded by the 6 Xian turtles and killed mercilessly. However, the situation was completely different from what they expected. Not only was the other party not hurt, they didn't even attack. Those Xian turtles stood there motionlessly as if they didn't see anything. Ghost, it must be a ghost. The 4 disciples of Divine Bird Palace went crazy. However, when they saw the silhouette clearly, their hearts trembled and they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. Why is it that kid's that kid? What? Him. These people went crazy again because they didn't notice that the person who came out was none other than Lin Xian, their sworn enemy. Exxuan Zhen Xians. Damn it, I can't tolerate this. Go, kill him. The elixir is ours. The 4 Divine Bird Palace's disciples' eyes were red. Like crazy rabbits, they rushed up quickly. However, as soon as they went up, the 6 Xian turtle guards in front also moved. They roared and rushed up quickly. In an instant, they stopped the 4 Divine Bird Palace's disciples. Damn it, why are you moving again? Why don't you kill him? Why? The 4 people roared wildly. They were really crazy. This scene was too much. They were all humans. Why did they let go of Lin Xian and catch them instead? However, no one answered him. Lin Xian merely sneered. As for the 6 black tortoise bodyguards, they immediately began to attack. Suddenly, there was a miserable howl from behind. Lin Xian's body swayed and set off into the depths of the pavilion. Soon, Lin Xian collected a lot of treasures. Half a day later, he left the pavilion with satisfaction. The martial arts disciples outside were even crazier. They collected the treasures crazily and almost turned the building upside down. Lin Xian did not continue to search. Instead, he wandered around. He had disappeared for half a day and had to show his face. Otherwise, it would arouse suspicion. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a few people from the Divine Bird Palace rushing towards him. It's him. He just took the Supreme Herb Garden. Yes, this guy is too despicable. He took our things. The 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace had escaped and were now pointing at Lin Xian with a ferocious expression. They did escape, but they did not get anything at all and were injured. It could be said that they were very unlucky. Now, seeing Lin Xian appear, they were even angrier. So they quickly called the other disciples of the Divine Bird Palace to come and find trouble. They even turned black into white, saying that Lin Xian took their things. Boy, how dare you take our Divine Bird Palace's things? I think you don't want to live anymore. If you know what's good for you, hand it over obediently and we might let you go. Humph. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're from the Immortal Martial Academy. Let me tell you, our Divine Bird Palace is not to be trifled with. Hurry up and hand over those supreme herbs. These people were all ferocious as they stared at Lin Xian with fiery eyes. This was because they had already heard from the 4 disciples that Lin Xian had robbed a huge top-grade herb garden. Every single one of the herbs in that garden was extremely precious. Many of them were even extinct in the outside world. This was definitely a huge temptation and wealth. So, these people would not give up. The voices of the 4 were very loud and directly alerted the surrounding people. When the Immortal Martial Academy's disciples saw this, their expressions changed drastically. What's going on? Why are they having a conflict with Lin Xian? I heard that both sides have a grudge, but they shouldn't be having a conflict at this time. Yeah, could there be some other reason? I heard that junior brother Lin took their spiritual herbs, and now both sides are arguing. An Immortal Martial Academy disciple said, Junior brother Lin took their spiritual herbs? After the crowd heard this, they were all stunned. But at this moment, Bing Ling and the rest walked over and coldly said, The items here are originally ownerless. Even if there is one, it should belong to the Xian Turtle Clan. Then what basis does the Divine Bird Palace have to say that junior brother Lin took their things. They are obviously picking a fight, not putting our immortal martial academy in their eyes. Ian coldly said from the side. They had all gone on missions with Lin Xian before, so they were very supportive of Lin Xian. Daring to bully us, the immortal martial academy's disciples, they are picking a fight. Let's go and support junior brother Lin. Let's see who dares to look down on our immortal martial academy. Yeah, damn it, the Divine Bird Palace dares to bully our immortal martial academy. They must be tired of living. Chapter 1084. Supporting junior brother Lin. Let's go and demand an explanation. With someone taking the lead, these people naturally wouldn't be afraid. The group of people marched forward in a grandiose manner. The number of people from the Divine Bird Palace also increased. In the end, both sides faced each other, and the atmosphere was extremely tense. At this moment, the older generation figures were also alarmed. They gave up on searching and hurried over, coldly shouting, "What are you all doing?" The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace turned their heads and hurriedly said, "Elder, you guys came at the right time. This brat is too despicable, daring to snatch our peak-grade spiritual herbs. Elder, you guys came at the right time. This brat is too despicable, daring to snatch our peak-grade spiritual herbs. You have to seek justice for us." When the disciples of the Divine Bird Palace saw the arrival of the elder, they all shouted loudly. On the side of the Immortal Martial Academy, a wave of angry scolded, "Pooey, return your stuff. What items here belong to you? How shameless. That's right, you guys can't snatch the spiritual herbs from us. It's because your strength isn't enough. Yet you guys are still complaining. Your skin is really thick." The Immortal Martial Academy didn't back down either. Lin Xian had a cold smile on his face as he coldly stared at them. These fellows really dared to say that they wanted to snatch their spiritual herbs? Did he even need to snatch them? Those four fellows didn't even enter the door. However, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace didn't care about that. Firstly, Lin Xian was originally their enemy, and secondly, the temptation of peak-grade spiritual herbs was too great. Even these older generation figures couldn't be spared. Hence, they hurriedly rushed over, staring at Lin Xian as they coldly shouted, "Brat, I'll give you a chance. Obediently hand over the spiritual herbs you snatched, and I can let bygones be bygones. Yeah, we can give the Immortal Martial Academy some face, as long as you hand over the spiritual herbs." If it weren't for the Immortal Martial Academy, they would have already made a move. Why would they waste time talking nonsense with Lin Xian? But now, they didn't give Lin Xian any face and coldly berated him. Lin Xian coldly laughed. After living for so many years, why are you still so stupid? Just because he said he snatched it? Which eye of yours saw it? Humph, don't quibble. It was obviously you who stole our things. The four Divine Bird Palace disciples shouted loudly. Lin Xian was so angry that he laughed. He quickly said, "Well, tell me, how many spirit herbs did I steal from you? What kind of spirit herbs were they? As long as you can name one, I will give you all the spiritual herbs I have today." Suddenly, the disciples of Divine Bird Palace were speechless. Because they were just talking nonsense, how could they know? However, in front of so many people, they couldn't admit it directly. They could only brace themselves and say it. Those are all extinct spiritual medicines. How could we possibly recognize them? But we do know that just by looking at their luster and aura, they are definitely top quality. You don't recognize him? Forget it. I can't blame you for being ignorant. Lin Xian shook his head slightly. You should be able to remember how many stalks. At your level, you should be able to tell with a glance. The disciples of Divine Bird Palace were speechless again. Of course they didn't know. One must know that they didn't even have the chance to enter the herb garden. Seeing them speechless, Lin Xian coldly said, "You can't even answer the most basic question, and still say that I stole from you? This lie is a little too big." The surrounding Immortal Martial Academy disciples were enraged when they heard these words. Fuck! I originally thought that it was a robbery, but now it seems like it wasn't a robbery at all. You guys didn't even see a strand of hair, and you're just randomly spreading rumors? What do you mean you think that our Immortal Martial Academy is easy to bully? Fuck, you have to give us an explanation, or else don't think that you can fool us so easily. The Immortal Martial Academy disciples were anxious. Both sides had just joined hands and were allies, but now the other side directly shed all pretense of cordiality, wanting to snatch the spiritual herbs from Lin Xian's hands. This was not putting the Immortal Martial Academy in their eyes at all. Thinking of this, the group of Immortal Martial Academy disciples were enraged and glared at the people of Divine Bird Palace with unkind expressions. The countenances of the 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were extremely unsightly, cold sweat trickling down their foreheads, and the expressions of the elders were also extremely dark. They didn't expect that the disciples under them would be so stupid. They didn't even understand these questions and dared to directly slander Lin Xian. This was simply courting death. Not only that, they were also dragged into the water. Now that they were in such a passive situation, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace felt their faces turning black, as though they were slapped in the face. However, the 4 disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were unwilling to give up. Finally, they gritted their teeth and hurriedly said, I don't know what method this brat used, but he's actually able to control the black tortoises. I personally saw him swagger past the 6 black tortoises, and those black tortoises attacked us in a frenzy. Yes, that's the reason why we missed out on the spiritual herbs. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace yelled in a frenzy. However, the Immortal Martial Academy disciples were still laughing coldly. Doesn't this prove that you guys are useless? Hurry up and scram. Don't embarrass yourself here. Wanting to slander Junior Brother Lin. This is simply an impossible thing. That's right. Who is Junior Brother Lin? He's an influential figure in our Immortal Martial Academy. He can annihilate all of you with just a finger. These people wouldn't even believe a word of the other party. Lin Xian's expression was also indifferent, although the other party's guess was not far from the truth, and he was indeed able to control the black tortoises. The other party didn't have any evidence, so he wasn't afraid at all. He wanted to see what other methods the other party could use. After hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace frowned. What you said, is it true? It's true, Elder. This is what we saw with our own eyes. There's absolutely no mistake. After hearing this, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace immediately stared at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Brat, how are you going to explain yourself now? Could it be that you and the black tortoises have some shady dealings? The elder of the Divine Bird Palace shouted loudly. However, Lin Xian just laughed and gave the other party a disdainful look. This group of people's brains must be made of paste. Spies of the black tortoises. Only they could think of such a thing. Lin Xian couldn't even be bothered to explain such words. He could only look at them with deep disdain. At this moment, Elder Song and the others also hurried over and asked coldly, What's going on? Elder Song, you came at the right time. Yeah, Elder, these 3-headed birds are too despicable. They wanted to bully Junior Brother Lin and even wanted to snatch the spiritual herbs in his hands. The surrounding disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy chattered and quickly explained the situation. After hearing this, the faces of Elder Song and the others sank. One must know that Lin Xian wasn't an ordinary disciple of the Immortal Martial Academy. He was an influential figure in the academy. Not only that, he was also a special person who was specially taken care of by the academy. Therefore, Elder Song and the others definitely wouldn't let him suffer a loss. Very quickly, his gaze turned and stared at the people of the Divine Bird Palace. He said coldly, The few of you, aren't you going a little too far by doing this? Do you really think that the Immortal Martial Academy is easy to bully? Chapter 1085. However, The temptation of the top-grade spirit medicine was too great. They could only brace themselves and say this. Elder Song, you misunderstood. I'm not targeting the Immortal Martial Academy. It's just that this brat is too suspicious. How about this? I won't make things difficult for him. As long as he can explain why those black tortoises didn't attack him, we'll let this matter rest. If he can't explain, then don't blame us. After saying this, the elder of the Divine Bird Palace didn't say anything else. Instead, he stared coldly at Lin Xian. They wanted to see how he would explain himself. Hearing this, Elder Song and the rest's faces darkened. From the looks of it, Lin Xian didn't intend to give up. Lin Xian, on the other hand, rolled his eyes speechlessly. He stood out, looked at the people of the Divine Bird Palace, and said coldly, I thought that since you've lived for so long, you should have some experience. But I didn't expect that you can't even understand such a simple thing. There's a cultivation technique called concealment. It can conceal a cultivator's aura. Do you understand? Coincidentally, I know this cultivation technique. Is it strange? Lin Xian said with disdain. Finally, he used the heaven-changing technique to conceal his aura. Instantly, everyone was stunned because they really couldn't sense Lin Xian's aura. Do you want me to completely conceal myself and let you all broaden your horizons? Lin Xian's voice was filled with mockery. Hearing Lin Xian's words, the faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace darkened. However, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy laughed. That's right. You don't even understand such a simple principle. Are you still a 6th grade sect? What a joke. Sigh. I've really broadened my horizons. I originally thought that the difference between us and a 6th grade sect wasn't that big. Who would have thought that the difference between us is like heaven and earth? I've never even heard of such a cultivation technique. Since Elder Song and the rest were here, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy weren't afraid that Lin Xian would attack them. But after hearing this, the faces of the people of the Divine Bird Palace darkened. They were so angry that their bodies trembled, especially the few elders. Their faces turned green. Humiliation. This was an absolute humiliation. As elders, they had never been looked down upon before. But now, they were looked down upon by a group of youngsters. This wasn't just a slap to their faces, it was a kick to their faces. Moreover, they were the ones who foolishly sent Lian up. Thinking of this, they almost spat out a mouthful of blood. The elders of Divine Bird Palace had an impulse to die, but Elder Song and the others also laughed. They were originally a little worried, but now it seemed that their worries were unnecessary. This was because they didn't even need to do anything. Lin Xian had already slapped the other party's face until it was swollen. Seniors, I wonder if you can understand my explanation? Lin Xian asked with a smile. Puff! Finally, an elder could not hold it in any longer and spurted out a mouthful of blood. He was angry. He was completely angry. It could be said that he was too hateful. Humph! Let's go. One of the elders waved his hand and left with his people. They had no choice but to leave because they were too ashamed to stay here any longer. Seeing the people from the Divine Bird Palace leaving in a huff, the surrounding Immortal Martial Academy students cheered. Many of them gave Lin Xian a thumbs up. Junior brother Lin, you're awesome. That was too satisfying. I've long found them an eyesore. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, elders. Lin Xian was not arrogant and thanked the people around him. Although he was fine without their help, the people around him did put in a lot of effort. He was still very grateful. No problem, it's a small matter. The group of people laughed. Then the crowd dispersed again and searched for treasures. Lin Xian did not stop because according to the information he got from the Black Tortoise leader, there was a bigger treasure vault. There was no way he would miss that place. Using the illusory demon steps, Lin Xian turned into a flash of lightning and flew into the distance. However, Things did not go as smoothly as he imagined because the treasure vault was discovered. In front of him, there were many people from the Immortal Martial Academy and Divine Bird Palace. They were all here. Lin Xian was incomparably shocked. It seemed that it was impossible for him to take all the treasures alone. Humph. At this moment, the people in front also saw Lin Xian. The Immortal Martial Academy did not do anything, but the people from the Divine Bird Palace snorted coldly. Just now, Lin Xian slapped their faces hard. Now that they saw Lin Xian, they were especially jealous. Lin Xian sneered and did not care about the other party's attitude at all. Instead, he walked in with big strides. "Kid, there are enough people here. Go away." Among them, a young man from the Divine Bird Palace snorted. This young man was about 30 years old. His expression was very arrogant. He stared at Lin Xian and spoke unkindly. There was no choice. Although this was a treasure vault, there were only so many things. One more person would mean less things for them. Therefore, the people from the Divine Bird Palace did not want Lin Xian to come in. However, how could Lin Xian care about them? He must enter this place. In front, when the martial artist from the Divine Bird Palace saw that Lin Xian did not stop, his face sank. He snorted coldly and quickly waved his hand. A vigorous energy gushed out. It was incomparably sharp and rushed towards Lin Xian. This palm was very sharp and did not hold back at all. If one was hit, even a fourth heaven venerable would not be able to withstand it. Seeing this scene, the faces of many Immortal Martial Academy disciples changed. They did not expect the people from the Divine Bird Palace to really attack. On the other hand, the disciples from the Divine Bird Palace sneered. They had long disliked Lin Xian. Now that they could teach him a lesson, of course it would be great. The young man waved his palm and sneered. "This is a lesson for you." However, before he could finish his words, he was stunned, because in front of him, a sword light flashed and split the sharp palm shadow. Lin Xian was not affected at all and continued to walk forward. What? How is this possible? Seeing this scene, many disciples from the Divine Bird Palace screamed. They did not believe it because the young man was not an ordinary person. He was a genius of the younger generation. Among the fourth heaven venerables, there were few who could match him. Originally, they thought that this palm strike could make the other party scram, but they did not expect that it would not hurt the other party at all. It did not even affect him. The disciples from the Divine Bird Palace were shocked, but the young man's face sank. Shameful, this was too shameful. Where was he supposed to put his face now? No, I must get back at him. Thinking of this, he still wanted to attack. However, in the next moment, Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. His sharp gaze swept over like a sword light. Feeling this gaze, the young man's body trembled, revealing a terrified expression. That gaze was too terrifying. It made him feel fear in his heart, and his body trembled uncontrollably. The young man could not stop all of this. Originally, the spiritual energy in his body was surging, but under this gaze, it was completely extinguished. Chapter 1086. Everyone was stunned, especially the young man who had attacked before. His face was extremely dark. He did not expect Lin Xian to be so powerful. He gritted his teeth and was about to attack again. However, when he saw Lin Xian's cold eyes, he suddenly felt fear in his heart. His eyes were too terrifying. They were like two sharp blades that pierced into his heart. For a moment, the young man did not dare to attack again. Lin Xian, on the other hand, snorted coldly and strode forward. This time, the people of the Divine Bird Palace did not dare to attack again. Lin Xian did not pay any attention to them. Instead, he quickly scanned the area. There were so many people here that he could not collect materials wantonly. Therefore, he could only pick one or two of the more precious items to sell. Lin Xian knew that there was a very precious tortoiseshell in the treasury from his conversation with the Black Tortoise leader. It was said that it was a tortoiseshell passed down from the ancestors of the Black Tortoise tribe. Everyone knew that the Black Tortoise tribe had a strong defense. A tortoise shell passed down from ancient times must have been left behind by a peerless powerhouse in the tribe. Therefore, one could imagine how strong its defense was. Lin Xian wanted to integrate the tortoise shell into his Red Lotus armor. This would definitely increase his defense greatly. Thinking of this, he was excited. He had to get his hands on this item. In the next moment, he scanned the entire treasury and searched for it. With his outstanding soul power and the information he had obtained from the Black Tortoise leader, Lin Xian quickly found the tortoise shell. However, it was different from what he had imagined. The tortoise shell did not look as powerful as it seemed. It even looked a little ordinary. In this dazzling collection of treasures, it was truly too inconspicuous, and it was even to the extent that it was almost forgotten. This was better. The corners of Lin Xian's mouth curled up slightly. In the next moment, he stretched out his hand and grabbed the quaint tortoise shell. "Stop!" Suddenly, a cold shout was heard. This voice contained a hint of anger. Immediately after, a majestic energy burst forth and quickly blasted forward, blocking the light palm. Lin Xian frowned when he saw what happened, as it was the Divine Bird Palace that made a move. Although the people of Divine Bird Palace did not know the true origin of the tortoise shell, they did not even take a fancy to the tortoise shell. However, no matter what, they would not easily hand over anything in the treasury to Lin Xian. That was why the scene earlier had occurred. The one who attacked was a woman in red. Although she was pretty, she had a mean look on her face. Her chin was raised like a proud peacock. She was also a heaven's pride of the younger generation of the Divine Bird Palace. Her cultivation was even higher than that of the young man who had attacked before. She was even close to the fifth heaven of Venerable. The woman looked at Lin Xian with a murderous look in her eyes. "Scram! I want that tortoise shell." Lin Xian's voice was equally cold and sharp. This aggressive attitude directly angered the woman in red, and made the faces of the people of Divine Bird Palace turn black. They were a sixth-rank sect, a lofty existence. However, at this moment, a junior was completely disregarding them. How preposterous! However, with the previous example, the woman in red did not immediately attack. Instead, she said coldly, "No one can touch the things here. Let's discuss how to distribute them." Discuss? Distribute? Hearing this, Lin Xian frowned and turned to look at Li Yunfei behind him. Li Yunfei's face was also ugly. He was probably arguing with the people of Divine Bird Palace just now. However, he still transmitted his voice to Lin Xian and explained the situation. Because this place was discovered by Divine Bird Palace first, and the two sects joined forces to break the prohibition. Li Yunfei wanted to share it 50-50, but the other side was unwilling. Hearing this, Lin Xian sneered. No matter who discovered it first, since they worked together to break the prohibition, it should be 50-50. But now, Divine Bird Palace was obviously insatiable. Lin Xian did not have a good impression of the people of Divine Bird Palace, and now he was even more disgusted. What's so great about discovering it first? If you have the ability, break it yourself. If you don't have the ability, how can there be such a good thing in the world? Lin Xian sneered. "Junior, you're courting death." Hearing this, the people of Divine Bird Palace suddenly shouted. Chapter 1087. The people from the Divine Bird Palace finally aroused the anger of the Immortal Martial Academy disciples. A group of people stared ahead with unfriendly expressions. At this moment, Li Yunfei also said coldly, "We didn't see junior brother Lin make a move, and I believe you guys didn't see it either. I think no one can make a move in front of so many people without being noticed. At least with junior brother Lin's skills, it's impossible. So please control your attitude, or else our Immortal Martial Academy won't be easy to deal with." Hearing this, the people from the Divine Bird Palace snorted, but they didn't say anything, but their expressions were really ugly, because this was too strange. A treasure had disappeared in front of everyone just like that. Moreover, They didn't think it was possible for Lin Xian to make a move, because he didn't have the strength to do so. One had to know that the Divine Bird Palace didn't only have the younger generation, but also the older generation. If it was really Lin Xian who made a move, they should be able to sense it. But now they didn't even notice a trace of abnormality, which meant that Lin Xian's methods were definitely above theirs. Therefore, based on cultivation strength, they ruled out Lin Xian. But in their hearts, they couldn't let go of Lin Xian. Because this was too coincidental, Lin Xian just arrived and such a thing happened which made them suspicious. Then what do you think is going on? The woman in red asked. Of course they won't let this matter go. Li Yunfei pondered for a moment and said slowly, to be able to make a move without being noticed, no one here can do it. Even the older generation from both sides can't do it. And those black tortoises, it's even more impossible for them to do such a thing. Other than the black tortoises and us, there aren't many people who can be suspicious. Hearing Li Yunfei's words, everyone was stunned, but the people from the Divine Bird Palace were stunned, and then they exclaimed, You mean that mysterious woman, Zhao Shui? Zhao Shui was incomparably mysterious, and her strength was even stronger than the older generation. Not only that, she didn't belong to any power, so she was the most likely. In terms of skills, it was very likely to be her. The people from the Divine Bird Palace quickly discussed. Lin Xian was also in a daze. He couldn't figure out how this matter was related to Zhao Shui. However, what made him speechless was that other than Zhao Shui, no one else here had such strength. Shaking his head helplessly, Lin Xian could only mourn for Zhao Shui. However, he was not worried because, based on her previous performance, Zhao Shui's strength was too powerful. She was not inferior to those seniors. Therefore, it didn't matter even if these people were suspicious. On the other side, the more the people of Divine Bird Palace thought about it, the more likely it was. They all gnashed their teeth, wishing they could find Zhao Shui and interrogate her. However, they were only angry and did not dare to do so. After all, the other party's strength far surpassed theirs. I thought she was an expert, but I didn't expect her to do such a thing. That's right. Not only did she occupy the largest palace, but now she's secretly attacking our treasures. She's too abominable. Hearing the other party's curses, Lin Xian was completely relieved. These people did not dare to cause trouble for Zhao Shui. In that case, he could take advantage of this opportunity. Little White, get a few more treasures. Lin Xian transmitted his voice. In his sleeve, the snow-white little monkey's big eyes narrowed into crescents. It held the small, worn-out bowl and attacked again. Then, a fist-sized purple liquid disappeared. What? The purple demon shark's blood essence disappeared. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, especially those from the Divine Bird Palace. They were going crazy. That was equivalent to the blood essence of a half-step demon king, the most precious thing in this treasury. However, at this moment, it disappeared. Ah, that's too evil. This is too much. Give me back my half-step demon king's blood essence. Those from the Divine Bird Palace stomped their feet in anger. They had their eyes on that purple blood essence for a long time. They originally wanted to get it during the negotiation later, but they did not expect it to be gone now. Damn Zhao Shui, you've gone too far. Our Divine Bird Palace, and you are irreconcilable, despicable and shameless. I'm so angry. A few seniors also roared at the sky. Those from the Immortal Martial Academy were also stunned. They did not expect this to happen. However, it was good to see those from the Divine Bird Palace being humiliated. At this moment, a cold voice was heard. Who dares to talk about me behind my back? Along with the voice came a white figure. Zhao Shui. Seeing that figure, everyone was stunned. They did not expect that Zhao Shui was really here. Lin Xian was also stunned. This was too much of a coincidence. But this is good too. It's a good chance to teach those from the Divine Bird Palace a lesson. Thinking of this, Lin Xian did not attack anymore. Instead, he watched the show. At this moment, Zhao Shui stood in the void, exuding a terrifying aura. Her beautiful eyes stared at those from the divine bird palace. Feeling this terrifying aura, those disciples from the divine bird palace did not dare to speak. Even the people of the older generation were astonished at this moment. "Go on, why did you stop?" Zhao Shui said coldly. She was just passing by, but she did not expect someone to scold her. How audacious! One must know that she was the one who defeated the expert from the Xian turtle clan, so everything here belonged to her. And now, someone dared to scold her? Hearing Zhao Shui's words, those disciples from the divine bird palace did not dare to speak. They had no choice. Her aura was too terrifying. It was not something they could resist. Give me a reason, otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Zhao Shui said in a low voice. We don't want to, but there's something missing here. An elder from the divine bird palace told her about the matter. You mean you suspect that I stole it? Zhao Shui's face darkened. In the next moment, a huge force gushed out from her body. It was like a huge mountain wave crashing down. Boom! The disciples from the divine bird palace were hit and flew out, vomiting blood. Even those seniors retreated in embarrassment. You, the elder from the divine bird palace, was shocked and trembled with anger. She had gone too far. She had gone too far. Zhao Shui ignored him and said coldly, Do I need to steal what I want? Ridiculous. I've always taken what I want. Just like this. With that, she waved her hand and took away a treasure the size of a hill. Seeing this, those from the divine bird palace felt their hearts bleed. That was a genuine treasure. However, they did not dare to say anything. Her aura was enough to injure them. That kind of power was not something they could fight against. Moreover, they also understood that it was not Zhao Shui who did it. She did not need to be sneaky. She could have just taken it just like now. Chapter 1088. Looking at the scene in front of them, the faces of those from the divine bird palace turned green. Many of them were heartbroken. Those were genuine treasures, and they were taken away just like that. And they could only watch helplessly. The disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were also excited, but they didn't dare to move. After all, the fate of the divine bird palace was clear. However, there was an exception. Seeing Zhao Shui taking action, Lin Xian didn't use the little white monkey anymore. He also started to divide the treasures in the room. Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes almost popped out, especially those from the divine bird palace. Other than shock, they were also furious. Those were their things, and they were taken away by this despicable guy. Lin Xian, how dare you? Brat, you're courting death. Put down the things. Countless voices rang out, all from the disciples of the divine bird palace. They couldn't take it anymore. If it was Zhao Shui, then forget it, because they couldn't beat her and could only suffer. But Lin Xian didn't care. They weren't afraid of Lin Xian at all. Therefore, when the disciples of the divine bird palace saw that Lin Xian was also taking the treasures, they were instantly enraged. However, Lin Xian didn't care about those people at all and quickly took action. There were good things in here. He had to take them quickly. At this moment, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy widened their eyes and exclaimed in their hearts, This Lin Xian was too daring. At this moment, Zhao Shui also turned around, her beautiful face carrying a trace of doubt. She didn't expect that someone would dare to take action. Seeing Zhao Shui looking over, Lin Xian also stopped. He had a trace of hope in his heart, and that was that she could recognize him. However, he was disappointed because Zhao Shui still didn't recognize him. Zhao Shui's beautiful eyes turned. She didn't know why, but she felt that the figure in front of her was very familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. However, she just couldn't remember. You dare to take action? Zhao Shui asked softly. Why wouldn't I dare? Lin Xian smiled. It's my honor to fight alongside a beauty. You're very special. I think I've seen you somewhere before, Zhao Shui said. Oh. Hearing this, Lin Xian's heart skipped a beat. Did she remember something? However, Zhao Shui continued, It just feels familiar, but I can't remember. The two of them chatted for a while before harvesting the treasures again. When the people of the Divine Bird Palace saw that Lin Xian was not punished, they immediately became angry and wanted to attack him. Sure enough, a few bold disciples ran out, wanting to make a move. At this moment, Zhao Shui's brows furrowed as she nodded. As if struck by lightning, the disciples hurriedly ran back in fright. Lin Xian happened to see this scene and immediately sneered. They were indeed a bunch of good-for-nothings. The people of the Immortal Martial Academy also tried to make a move, but they were also warned. Thus, a very strange scene appeared. Countless disciples stared at Lin Xian and Zhao Shui as they looted the entire treasury. Although they obtained many treasures, Lin Xian was still a little disappointed that Zhao Shui did not recognize him. He was now sure that Zhao Shui must have lost her memory for some reason, but whether it was permanent or not, he still did not know. Lin Xian sighed as he gazed at the beautiful back of her figure. Zhao Shui left. Not long after, Elder Song and the rest arrived. This made the people of the Divine Bird Palace gnash their teeth in anger because they did not have the chance to attack Lin Xian. That Zhao Shui left. It seems like she's heading towards the Dragon Palace. We don't want to do it here. Although the things here are good, they're still lacking compared to the Dragon Palace. Elder Song said. Everyone nodded because they were almost done with their loot. At the same time, they were also very excited because just the Xian turtle tribe alone had so many treasures. One could imagine how attractive the Dragon Palace was. The Dragon Palace was at the center of the entire underwater building. It was an ancient and mysterious existence. Moreover, everyone knew that the closer they were to the Dragon Palace, the stronger the sea demons were. For example, the Xian turtle tribe was much stronger than the shrimp soldiers. Fortunately, they had Zhao Shui. Otherwise, they would not have been able to enter so easily. With Elder Song's suggestion, everyone did not delay and quickly moved on. They were in such a hurry because they wanted to borrow Zhao Shui's power to enter the Dragon Palace. The people of the Divine Bird Palace also had the same plan. Therefore, no one said anything and quickly moved on. Not long after, they passed through the area of the Xian turtle tribe and arrived at a vast area. In front of them, there was a 5-colored crystal palace. It was very huge and looked like an immortal palace. Looking at the palace in front of them, everyone's breathing quickened. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes because the surging energy was even clearer here. The dark red divine dragon curled its lips, seemingly uninterested. Lin Xian was rather surprised by this. According to this dragon's character, it would definitely jump up when it saw a treasure with such surging energy. Perhaps it would have already attacked it, but now it was indifferent. Aren't you tempted? Lin Xian asked in confusion. It's not a good thing. The dark red dragon shook its head. Although the energy is very powerful, its aura is not righteous. It even has evil in it. I'm a pure Eastern divine dragon. I won't swallow such an evil source. An evil source? Lin Xian was shocked when he heard that. To be honest, he did not feel it before. Now that Ruffian Dragon mentioned it, he really did feel an evil aura in the energy. However, he could not say that it was evil because he only felt that the murderous aura was slightly heavier. Since Ruffian Dragon did not want to rob it, it could not be better. Lin Xian touched his chin and looked forward. Not only him, but everyone around him was also looking forward with burning eyes, especially those of the older generation. Their eyes were red and their breathing was heavy. They were too old, and it was not easy for them to improve their cultivation. However, if they could obtain this surging energy, their cultivation would definitely improve greatly. At that time, not only would their strength increase, but their lifespan would also increase. Finally, someone could not bear it anymore. A disciple of the divine bird palace walked up. Everyone was watching nervously because they knew that there must be a restriction in such an important place. That disciple also walked up cautiously. However, he was not stopped and walked in. What? Everyone was stunned when they saw that. Then they all went crazy. There's no restriction. Ha 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 ha. God is helping me. Charge! The group of people went crazy and rushed in. Lin Xian was also surprised. He took a deep breath, and his eyes were full of caution because this was too abnormal. How could there be no restriction in such an important place? Chapter 1089. The fact that there were no restrictions in the Dragon Palace was very surprising. Perhaps it had been broken by someone, or perhaps it didn't exist in the first place. No one knew the exact situation, and no one cared. What they cared about was what was inside the Dragon Palace. Lin Xian followed the crowd and walked into the Dragon Palace. He ignored the treasures around him because one thing attracted his attention. Not only him, but everyone's attention was drawn to it. In the middle of the Dragon Palace, there was a dragon pillar with 2 dragons engraved on it that were coiling around each other. Between the 2 dragon heads, there was a blue crystal ball that was flowing with brilliance. It was obvious that it contained powerful energy. The dragon pearl. Someone shouted. Immediately, everyone's gaze was focused on it. This energy, countless people were excited, including the older generation figures. However, in the next moment, everyone's expression changed and revealed a look of shock. That was because there was a white figure in front of them. Zhao Shui! A disciple exclaimed. It was indeed Zhao Shui. Moreover, not only was there Zhao Shui, there were also other figures. Those were all sea monsters. Many of them were injured, and a few of them were lying on the ground. They had obviously been killed. It seemed that before they arrived, Zhao Shui had a huge battle with those people. However, it didn't seem to be going well because the dragon pearl was still under the protection of those sea monsters. Lin Xian's expression was also solemn because he knew that in order to obtain the dragon pearl, he had to defeat those sea monsters. He frowned slightly and looked ahead. In front of him, there were 3 powerful mermaids with human bodies and shark heads. They looked ferocious, and there was a shark tail on their backs. The 3 of them were abnormally powerful and far surpassed the other sea monsters. In addition to the 3 of them, there was an even more dangerous, pure-blooded mermaid. That person was even more demonic. His entire body was shrouded in an inky aura, and his hair was fluffy like the tentacles of an octopus that kept twisting. In addition to his strange appearance, his aura was also the most powerful. He had reached the 5th heaven of the supremacy realm. Seeing this scene, many people were inwardly shocked, and even more people wanted to continue onward. Everyone stepped back. Zhao Shui didn't turn around, but she reminded him coldly. However, no one cared. From their point of view, Zhao Shui simply didn't want them to participate. In front of such a precious dragon ball, how could these people listen? Thus, in an instant, many disciples rushed forward. However, in the next instant, those people started to panic. This was because all the martial artists who approached the dragon ball were pulled by a suction force and uncontrollably walked forward. Moreover, the closer they got to the dragon ball, the less flesh they had. In the end, they were reduced to a pile of bones. No, the elders of the divine bird palace roared madly, because among them were their proud disciples. Elder Song and the rest of the elders were also shocked. They kept shouting. No one was allowed to go over. In fact, even without Elder Song's reprimand, everyone retreated. No one dared to step forward. The scene just now was too strange. Those disciples who had turned into skeletons did not scream in pain. They even had smiles on their faces, as if they were on a pilgrimage. What's the situation? This thing is too strange. Yeah, it's as if there's some kind of magical power that can attract people. Damn it, I don't want to go up anymore. This thing doesn't look good. Many disciples shook their heads madly. Hey, someone went up? Fuck, who's so fierce? Does he want to die? Seeing someone not retreating, These people were stunned and screamed. Lin Xian, it's junior brother Lin. The disciples of the immortal martial academy exclaimed. Junior brother Lin, come back quickly. Bing Ling and the rest shouted, trying to call Lin Xian back. Not good. Could it be that he's under the influence of evil? What should we do? That Dragon Ball is too strange. The disciples of the immortal martial academy were anxious. Elder Song and the rest also had a gloomy expression. On the other side, the people of the divine bird palace sneered. Originally, they had lost many disciples and their mood was heavy. But now, seeing the scene, they were all excited. Haha, it's that brat. He's also under the influence of evil? That's great. He's really overestimating himself. Even the elders don't dare to go up. A junior actually dares to go near. He's really courting death. The evils we bring on ourselves are the hardest to bear. The group of disciples of the divine bird palace sneered. But soon, they couldn't laugh anymore because they found that Lin Xian was fine. His body wasn't injured, and his face didn't show any infatuation. He even stopped halfway. What's going on? Could it be that the brat is fine? How is this possible? The group of disciples of the divine bird palace looked as if they had seen a ghost. Haha, I knew it. With junior brother Lin's ability, he'll definitely be fine. Yeah, since junior brother Lin dares to go up, it means that he's confident. Ridiculous. Some people are still mocking him. He's really slapping himself in the face. Dare to doubt junior brother Lin? Is there something wrong with his head? The people of the immortal martial academy retorted, looking at the divine bird palace with disdain. These people were too despicable. This was a slap in the face. Hearing these mocking words, the faces of the people of the divine bird palace darkened, their expressions cold. Zhao Shui was also very surprised. She didn't expect that there would be someone who could walk up. So, she looked at Lin Xian a few more times. Lin Xian shrugged and said slowly, from the situation just now, those people should be affected by the soul power. So as long as they're careful, don't get confused and stand outside the safety line, there shouldn't be a problem. Lin Xian wouldn't joke around with his life. The reason why he walked up was because he understood everything. Since Xiao Shui was fine, it meant that the Dragon Ball wasn't as scary as imagined. Or it could be said that there was a condition for it to be scary. After analyzing, Lin Xian found this condition. That was why he was able to stand safely now. When the people behind heard this, they also showed a look of realization. A small number of people showed a happy expression, but most of them still had a bitter expression. Doubtful, they didn't have such strong soul power. Elder Song and a few of the older generation people breathed a sigh of relief and carefully approached. Dugu Outyen's whole body was filled with sword intent and was incomparably sharp. Naturally, he wasn't afraid of any soul power interference. Li Yunfei also raised his hand and threw out a tattered picture scroll, holding it above his head, and slowly approached. This picture scroll was yellowed. Although it was incomplete, its aura was terrifying. At this moment, rays of light hung down, enveloping Li Yunfei. On the other side, the elders of the Divine Bird Palace also used various methods to get closer to the Dragon Ball. Lin Xian didn't care about those people behind him. The reason why he said it was because he knew that it was easy to get close, but it was very difficult to seize the Dragon Ball. He had to borrow the strength of everyone. Zhao Shui also didn't care. At this moment, she was staring at the Dragon Ball, carefully studying it, because she felt an inexplicable sense of danger, so she didn't act rashly. Chapter 1090. What do you think? Zhao Shui asked. Lin Xian was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Zhao Shui to ask him. After pondering for a moment, he slowly said, "Logically speaking, such an important place should be protected by layers of formations. But there's nothing here. Don't you think it's strange?" Hearing this, Zhao Shui nodded lightly. Lin Xian continued, "There must be something wrong when things are out of the ordinary. So I think this Dragon Ball must be very evil. Or rather, there are dangers here that we don't know about. Your analysis is about the same as mine, Zhao Shui said softly. Then, she moved her jade-like feet and walked forward. It seemed like she wanted to deal with the sea demons in front of her. Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. To be honest, he also wanted to get this Dragon Ball because the energy contained in it was too strong. If he could get it, his cultivation base would definitely increase again. So, seeing Zhao Shui walking forward, Lin Xian also took a deep breath and moved forward again. Seeing this, the disciples of the Immortal Martial Academy were shocked. They had just taken a few steps and were almost affected by the Dragon Ball and lost their minds. Lin Xian was even closer than them, but he was fine and still wanted to move forward. The gap between them was too big. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace were even more gloomy. They glared at Lin Xian fiercely and wanted to eat him alive. Damn it, this kid is too strange. He can actually get so close. Is he not afraid of the Dragon Ball's influence? How is that possible? This kid is too arrogant. Just watch, he'll be in trouble soon. Yes, maybe he'll lose his mind soon and become a pile of bones. The disciples of the Divine Bird Palace said fiercely. However, to their disappointment, Lin Xian was not affected at all. In fact, he even reached the front of the 2 dragon pillars in the end. Looking at the lifelike dragon pillars, Lin Xian was amazed. However, he didn't act rashly because the Dragon Ball was affecting him too much at this moment. If he made the slightest mistake, he would be affected. It could be said that although Lin Xian appeared to be safe, he was actually in grave danger. However, when Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, all the effects disappeared. The Great Dragon Sword Spirit was an offensive saint art that could destroy everything. Therefore, even if the Dragon Orb was very strange, it could not fight against the Great Dragon Sword Spirit. In fact, the moment Lin Xian activated the Great Dragon Sword Soul, the Dragon Pearl trembled slightly before releasing an even more demonic light. Lin Xian noticed this. Could it be that the Dragon Pearl is afraid of the Great Dragon Sword Spirit? Thinking of this, he was overjoyed. If that was really the case, then that would be great. Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian extended his hand and slowly reached for the 2 dragon pillars. The next moment, he touched the dragon pillar. On the 2 dragon pillars, 2 real dragons were engraved, circling each other. At this moment, Lin Xian's hand gently brushed it, causing an energy fluctuation. Lin Xian was overjoyed because he felt that the 2 dragon pillars also contained powerful energy. Although it was not as powerful as the Dragon Orb, it was still very amazing. More importantly, Lin Xian could now come into contact with it. Seeing this scene, everyone was extremely envious, while the people of the Divine Bird Palace gritted their teeth. Damn it, why is he still okay? Impossible, this is an illusion. This must be an illusion. Damn, how is it possible? He really touched the dragon pillar. The people of the Divine Bird Palace felt like they were going crazy, and even the elders' faces were gloomy. However, at this moment, an angry voice came from behind, like the roar of a savage beast. Stupid humans, how dare you disturb the Dragon King's rest? You will all die. This voice was filled with endless anger. When everyone heard this, they were shocked and turned around. Then, they saw a sea demon rushing over quickly. He was still injured, as if he had just experienced a great battle. Prime Minister Hai, this group of humans wants to snatch the Dragon Orb. A few surviving sea demons screamed. Prime Minister Hai rushed over quickly, and when he saw the sea demon corpses all over the ground, he was so angry that he trembled. Damn humans! How dare you kill my sea tribes people? The Dragon King will not let you off. Everyone's face changed because Prime Minister Hai's aura was too powerful, almost at the 7th heavenly layer of Venerable Realm. For such a character, except for Zhao Shui, no one among them could stop him. However, what shocked them even more was that this powerful Prime Minister Hai seemed to be injured, and the injuries were fresh. Who was it that could injure Prime Minister Hai? Just as everyone was puzzled, another earth-shaking shout came from behind them, accompanied by a terrifying aura that overflowed into the sky. In the next moment, countless figures rushed over from afar, bringing with them a powerful torrent, and their momentum was terrifying. Seeing this scene, everyone was stunned, and even Lin Xian frowned, because there were too many people, and it was almost the same as the team of the Immortal Martial Academy and the Divine Bird Palace. Such a team was in existence that couldn't be ignored, not to mention that they were here for the Dragon Orb. Moreover, there was a powerful aura of the seventh heavenly layer of Venerable Realm. Even Elder Song and the rest had a gloomy expression on their faces. The person in the lead was a middle-aged man in a silver robe, holding a folding fan in his hand. When he waved it, it brought about surging waves, courting death. Prime Minister Hai was furious when he saw those people chasing him. In a flash, he arrived near the Dragon Orb and quickly waved the staff in his hand. "Lord Dragon King, please bestow me power!" Following his incantation, the Dragon Orb above suddenly released a dazzling light, and a dragon-shaped spiritual energy flew out from the Dragon Orb and entered Prime Minister Hai's body. Immediately, Prime Minister Hai's face lit up, and a low sound came from his body, like thunder. A layer of light gushed out and enveloped him. "Humph, insignificant tricks. No matter what you use, it's futile. Stay here." The voice of the middle-aged man holding the fan was cold, like that of an emperor. In the next moment, he waved the folding fan in his hand, and a huge, curved wind blade was released. The seawater was ruthlessly cut open, and the entire underwater world seemed to be cut in half. That middle-aged man was a seventh heavenly layer venerable, and his attack was naturally terrifying. The azure wind blade's arc was like a heavenly blade, ruthlessly standing on Prime Minister Hai's body. Bang! A violent trembling sound rang out, spreading in all directions. Light bloomed on Prime Minister Hai's body, forming the strongest armor to protect his body. This energy came from the Dragon Orb above, mysterious and unfathomable. Although there was only one, it was still terrifying. The aura contained in it wasn't something that Venerables could understand. Therefore, this huge wind blade didn't cause any damage to the light. What?